Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting and Committee of the Whole meeting. Tonight's City Council meeting is called to order. I kindly ask our City Administrator, no, correction, my God, you're back, forgive me, our City Clerk to please take the roll call. Sorry about that. Roger, it's all yours.
Thank you. Bruno. Here. Burkhardt.
Here.
Ruby.
Here.
Caven.
Here.
Kilberg.
Here.
Kosrog.
Here.
Maladra.
Here.
Marks.
Here.
Mayor.
Here.
Swanson.
Here. We begin tonight's City Council meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask a gentleman who we will all be meeting shortly, Mr. Brian Byrne, to please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Ready to head out there in the front? Ready to head out there in the front? Okay. Item 3A is the oath ceremony for the appointed City Clerk Roger Godskison. Ladies and gentlemen, Roger is back with us. You've been hanging out at home for a little bit. Life is good. Let it be known that with Roger here, I usually keep my pot of coffee here. So on the off chance I spill, I offer you my sincerest apologies. Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Okay. Roger, I invite you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Roger Godskison, having been duly appointed to the office of City Clerk in the City of Geneva, County of Kane, aforesaid, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, the Geneva Code of Ordinances, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of City Clerk according to the best of my ability.
To that point, it was up in the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's worth noting that throughout the pandemic, which of course is still with us, but throughout the height of the pandemic, I should say, Clerk Godskison provided his services remotely and did so with aplomb. So thank you very much. What does aplomb mean, do you know?
I do.
That's all that's necessary.
If I may, just for a moment, I want to thank Mayor Burns and for Stephanie and Assistant City Deputy Clerk Jean Fernari for helping me work remotely. And it was like watching TV, you know, except you can't change the channel.
Now you really can't change the channel, so welcome back, Mr. Godskison. Item 3B, ladies and gentlemen, consider Mayor's appointment to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. All of you have in your packet the names of those who have been not only vetted by, but interviewed by the Strategic Plan Advisory Committee. These are the members that they have chosen to carry out the responsibilities and the role of that task force. We do have with us tonight the chairwoman of the task force, Jill Johnson, in case there are any questions. But otherwise, I encourage you to not only consider these distinguished citizens, but to, of course, support their appointment. A motion would be in order. Alderman Maladra makes the motion to so appoint. Is there a second? Alderwoman Burkhart makes the second. Any questions, any comments? Alderwoman Burkhart.
I just wanted to thank, I know we had a great response of people
Yes.
who applied to be a part of the committee, and so those who are not moving forward with this work, I hope you'll find other ways to stay involved with the city. For those who are going to be on the task force, it's going to be hard work, and I know these are not easy issues, and so I really am grateful for them for stepping forward, and I know all of us will support the task force however we can. So, thank you.
Well said. Anyone else? We have a motion by Alderman Maladra. We have a second by Alderwoman Burkhart. A voice vote is sufficient. All in favor of appointing those members, citizens, to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Fantastic. Item 3C, ladies and gentlemen. Consider Mayor's appointment of Alderman Dean Kilberg to the Tri-City Ambulance Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Alderman Marks. Alderman, was it Bruno? Alderman Bruno made the second. Dean, any comments prior to this tough vote?
Other than I'm about 100 yards from the meeting place, so my mileage for tax
Reimbursement?
purposes is going to be minimal. But
Yes, it is. They could probably meet at your house if you'd rather. It's like,
no, thank you. I'll
Thank
try
you
to
for-
serve effectively.
I know you will. Thank you very much. We have a motion by Alderman Marks, a second by Alderman Bruno. A voice vote is sufficient to appoint Alderman Dean Kilberg to the Tri-City Ambulance Board. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, sir. Item 3D, consider mayor's appointment of Tim Moran to the Planning and Zoning Commission. All of you have the information I emailed to you. Alderman Maladra makes that motion. Alderman Swanson makes the second. Any questions or comments? A voice vote is sufficient to appoint Mr. Tim Moran to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have a motion by Alderman Maladra and a second by Alderman Swanson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you all very much. Item 3E is to proclaim June as Pride Month in the city of Geneva. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by, that's a tough one, man, Bruno, seconded by Kasserag. Any questions or comments? Anyone in the audience joining us tonight? Yes. Of course, please do. Welcome, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I hadn't planned on speaking about this, but I do want to encourage you to all proclaim June as Pride Month in Geneva. I'm members of lots of other community groups on social media, and I know that sometimes there's a lot of backlash. But my sister, who is also my best friend, is a lesbian, and she moved from the big city to Geneva. And it's not always easy for her here. And so I think making these steps to include her in this community, to wave the rainbow flag at City Hall is huge for us, and I appreciate it, so thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome to your sister.
Yes, thank you.
Madam, if I could trouble you, could I just trouble you for your name, please?
Oh, what's that?
Could I just trouble you for your,
Sorry, I'm Lindsay McCall, and her name is Marissa Genikis, and she's actually working tonight, so she couldn't be here.
Oh,
But I
good.
wanted to let her know that I would.
I didn't recognize you, Lindsay, my
I
apologies.
know it's no mask. All right, thank you.
Thank you. With respect to Mrs. McCall's comments, next Sunday evening, the 13th, Geneva Pride organization is hosting a forum at the high school regarding the challenges, as it were, of growing up in a community like Geneva and being either LGBTQ or plus. So it'll be a fascinating discussion. It's being held at the auditorium. I believe it's from 6:30 to 8:30 or 6 to 8:30. But nevertheless, it's all over social media as well. So, any other questions, comments from anyone? A voice vote is sufficient, ladies and gentlemen. All in favor of so proclaiming June as Pride Month in the city of Geneva, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. It's unanimous. Thank you all very much. Now we have the pleasure of meeting and introducing to the community our building inspector, Mr. Brian Byrne. Mr. Byrne, come on up, sir. How are you? Or at the podium, that's a loaded question. At the podium. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Good. I've got a little bio on you.
Okay.
Are you aware of this?
I'm not sure what it says, but I'm interested.
Well, it says here you began on March 15th, 1962. No, March 15th of this year.
That's correct.
Beware of the Ides of March. Born and raised just north. Now this is I'm just reading this, okay?
I might have helped.
Okay. Just north of the Cheddar Curtain in Janesville, Wisconsin.
I'm a Packer fan, if you must know.
Is there a motion to proclaim the position as wide open? Have lived in the Fox Valley since 1986 and in Geneva since 2007. You living in the valley, Pepper Valley?
Yep.
Yep. Married with 5 grown children, with our 11th grandchild on the way?
Yep. July 15th.
Wow.
Yeah,
Do they all live close by?
We're right in the middle. We have Villa Park, 2 in Sycamore, 1 in Naperville, and 1 in Aurora.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yep.
Holy moly. Do you know the gender of the one soon to be with us?
A girl.
A girl, nice.
Yep.
Congratulations. You enjoy spending time with our kids and grandchildren? That's you got to throw that in there, don't you?
Yeah, you know what?
That's
It's
a
the
gimme.
truth, though.
Is it?
I mean, as time goes on, you travel and do things, and then the grandkids come along, and, your weekends are taken up at softball games,
Oh, gosh, yes, yeah.
baseball,
Yeah.
you name it, soccer. But we love it. We wouldn't change anything. So, yeah, a lot of our time's taken up in that respect.
Oh, that's fantastic. Mr. Byrne has a background in engineering and construction, working in the wood truss industry. Spent several years working in the Fire Prevention Bureau for the St. Charles Fire Department, performing inspections and plan review. Wow. How did that go?
Went well. I mean, the truss industry is really what brought me to the Fox Valley area and worked for a company called Imperial Components. So that's where my background was, and the fire department brought me into community service, and that's where I've been ever since. And I mean, I love, working, in public service. A lot of people might not, but it's my thing. I love it.
And it says here that you were the one to provide the last review of the Pheasant Run before being torn down, is that right?
Yeah. No, that's not true.
That's not right. Most recently managed the operations for both of the St. Charles high schools.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was quite the task. We did that through COVID, the whole pandemic. It was quite interesting. It was a big task, and it was the schools are doing a great job.
Yeah.
And I think, being part of that group was good, and this opportunity came available to me, and that's where my background is. Code enforcement, the whole thing. So that's what I wanted to get back into, and a lot of fun.
That's awesome. Very grateful for the opportunity to be here in Geneva and be part of such a great team. That was for you.
That is for everybody here, honestly. I mean, I'm telling the truth when I say the
Oh, I know
team
you
here
are.
in Geneva is just phenomenal, and I'm happy to be part of the team and happy to have the opportunity to be here and serve the community. And, the way I look at it is, we're just trying to, provide a healthy, safe place for, the residents, business owners, and alike, people that visit here. So,
It's a challenging position, though, is it not?
yeah, I mean, it's a balancing act,
It really is.
but I think you just use the mantra of being fair. It goes a long way.
Yeah, and I think you would echo the perhaps surprise but reality that the reviews have not slowed down at all.
No, I mean, it just really is. I mean, we were talking in the office the other day. It's surprising how much how busy it is this year.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Wow. And I trust Kim is enjoying your new position?
Yeah, she loves it.
Yeah?
Loves being part of the community. She's been part of the group a long time, so.
Yes, she has.
And, just one of those things that live close to work, work close to home. It's wonderful.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Well, bring the grandkids in someday.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, let me
They
know
would
in
love it.
advance so I have something else going on, but that'd be great.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Any comments or questions from the council for Mr. Byrne? That's Byrne, no relation. So, and I know you're grateful for that.
I am.
So, thank you.
Confusion happens.
I can only imagine. Wouldn't that be awesome? Alderwoman Burkhart.
I just wanted to say welcome. It sounds like we're very fortunate to find someone with your variety of experience. It sounds like you have touched a lot of different industries, and I'm sure all of that'll play a role probably every day in what you do here for the
Yeah.
city.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words.
Good, good.
Anyone else? Welcome aboard again, formally, Mr. Byrne. You and I can now hang out in the parking lot and shoot the you-know-what, so,
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
thank you very much. Say hi to Kim.
Will do.
Item 4, folks, amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments this evening anyone would like to offer? Item 5 is the omnibus agenda. All items marked with an asterisk are considered to be routine by this council and can be considered and voted upon with one motion.
So moved.
Alderman Bruno makes that motion. Second. Seconded by Alderman Swanson. Any questions or comments regarding the omnibus? Mr. Clerk, kindly take the roll non-remotely.
Burkhart,
Aye.
Ruby,
Aye.
Caven,
Aye.
Kilberg,
Aye.
Kosarog,
Aye.
Maladra,
Aye.
Marks,
Aye.
Mayor,
Aye.
Swanson,
Aye.
Bruno.
Aye.
The omnibus agenda has been approved with 10 affirmative votes, 0 nay votes, and 0 absent. Item 9, other items in correspondence. 9A, consider approval of special event application for Geneva Chamber of Commerce, Swedish Days Festival, June 24 through June 27, 2021. Is there a motion? Alderman Marks makes the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Caven. Are there any questions or comments? We have Paula Schmidt with us tonight. Any questions or comments? Oh, Alderman Kosarog, then Alderwoman Burkhart.
I was just wondering if maybe you could give us an overview of what's happening and all the changes that are outlined in the application?
I would love to. Thanks for having me here. Paula Schmidt again with the Geneva Chamber. Nice to see everyone.
Good to see you.
We've shortened Swedish Days to just a Thursday through a Sunday this year. We've gotten rid of some of the items that we felt were not safe at this time. When we made this and created this special application, we didn't know when we would go into phase 5. So we had to make some decisions much earlier than we could today. So some of the things that we're not having, unfortunately, is the parade. That would have been a little bit too difficult to try and put that together now. We won't have any downtown main stage. We're just a little bit worried about that. All those people in one spot congregating and having beer at the beer tents. So we just thought maybe this year we'll just kind of spread out some music throughout downtown. So we added, those are the main things that we canceled. Grand Quest is not going to happen. Arts and crafts, things like that are not going to happen. We did add a few things and change a few things. Kids Day has moved to the property on the library. So we are using that facility this year for Kids Day, which will be very exciting. A lot of new things going on in a lot more space, much safer area than doing it on 3rd Street. We are going to be having what we call Dollapalooza in reference to Dollar horses for Swedish Days. And it's going to be a music festival at the Cougar Stadium in their music area. So it's an all-day thing from 1 to 6. So there's going to be 3 bands, minimal cost. Some of our beer vendors will be there, and some food trucks will be there. So that's something new that we're going to try, just to kind of get people to get into that outdoor feel. It seats 4,000 people, believe it or not, over there. We're only selling 1,000 tickets so that it won't be overcrowded. So we're excited about that. Pass the news on because we need people to come. Let's see, we're adding a chocolate crawl on Sunday, which is sold out, so we're very excited about that. We also will have the normal beer tent carnival, if approved. So some of those things will come in. We're having a car show on Thursday. We're having Creative Corners, which has music on different corners on Thursday to open up Swedish Day. So we're just trying a few different things that'll make it fun yet make it safe still. So any questions? I probably forgot 100 things, so.
And of course, everything's splashed all over the website and all that good stuff, so.
After
After
tonight,
yes.
so we have to do it legally.
Yeah, well, good.
So,
Alderwoman
and
Burghart,
correctly.
and then I believe Alderman Mayor.
That's exactly what I wanted, was just.
Oh, okay. Alderman Mayor.
I was wondering if there will be a kids parade this year.
There's not going to be a kids parade this year, no.
I've got a title to defend my household.
I know.
Mr. Burns going to bring all the grandkids, just have their own
Yes,
parade.
you're not the only one who's sad, so, yeah. But other than that, it's going to be fun. We're trying to just kind of spread it out and just
Yeah.
do a lot of the same things, but also add and be a little bit of creative like we have been for the last year plus. So we appreciate you hearing reading the application and asking some questions because we're so excited to finally get it going, so.
Fantastic. Any other comments or questions from the dais? A voice vote is sufficient, ladies and gentlemen. All in favor of approving the application as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Unanimous. And our next item, related thereto, item 9B, consider approval of special event liquor licenses for Geneva Chamber of Commerce, The Beer Cellar, American Legion Post Number 75, for Swedish Days Festival, June 24 to 27, 2021. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Alderman Bruno makes that motion. Seconded by Alderman Caven. Any questions, any comments regarding the request for the liquor licenses to be approved? Seeing none, sensing none, voice vote again is sufficient. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 9C, consider request from the Burton Foundation to extend the, quote, possibility of reverter clause from July 1, 2021 to a date 6 months following the closing date. Is there a motion to put this on the floor?
So moved.
Alderman Bruno makes the motion. Alderman Maladra makes the second. Ms. Dawkins?
Sure. So the real estate purchase agreement executed on July 22nd, 2020 by and between the City of Geneva and the Burton Foundation contained a possibility of reverter clause. The purchaser has exercised the right to extend the closing date through September 20th, 2021, as provided for in the real estate purchase agreement. This would put the closing date beyond the date of the reverter clause, thus rendering the reverter clause obsolete. Quite frankly, when the agreement was drafted, the extensions to the closing date, which are part of the contract and can be exercised by the purchaser without consent of the city, that's their right. That date wasn't factored in when we set the date for the reverter clause. So this is really just making those match up. And the purpose of a reverter clause is to protect the city's interests so that once we actually close on the property, if nothing was built, permits aren't issued and it's not built within that 6-month period, or not completely built, but obviously shovels in the ground, then the property would revert back to the city so that we're not stuck in a situation where we've sold the property and then it sits for years because nothing's being developed. So that's why the reverter clause is there to begin with. So again, it's to protect the city's interest in the property, and according to our attorney, 6 months following the closing date makes sense, because then again, the closing date could be no later than September 20th, but it may occur earlier than September 20th. That's just the end date that they can do it. So, and I don't know, is Tracy here? I don't think I see representative from the Burton Foundation. No, September 20th is the 90 days that they can extend the closing date, right? and then it would be 6 months beyond whenever we actually close. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, this is just more kind of a math calculation, so thank you.
Any questions or comments for the city administrator and/or the city attorney?
I have one.
Yes, Alderman Mayor.
Have they indicated when they might close? Have they made any plans yet?
I don't know a date, but I know that they are fast and furious working through all of what they need to do to be able to close.
Okay.
And I don't think David has any additional, nope. That's what we know.
Alderman Maladra, sir.
Do we have any details about why they're extending the closing date?
Sure, a lot of it has to do with how long it took for the city's process to get through over the past year with the various planning commission hearings and going through all of that. And then just again, like everybody else is experiencing, the cost of everything has increased, so it's making sure that they have the financing available and everything else, the wherewithal to be able to complete the project.
Right, thanks.
From the dais, Alderwoman Burkhart.
Thank you. What would happen if we voted this down tonight?
I'll probably rely on city attorney, but quite frankly, the reverter clause is deemed obsolete. The rest of the contract, there is a provision in there that if any part of the contract is deemed severability. There's a severability clause, so if anything is deemed incorrect, the rest of the contract stands. So they would still close on the property, and then the city would no longer have that right to have the reversion. So again, it protects the city's interests more than it protects the Burton Foundation.
Anyone else from the dais? Questions for either a city attorney or a city administrator? I believe we have some folks in the audience who would like to ask a question, or, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We just kindly ask that you state your name.
Sure. I'm John Connolly, resident of Geneva, 31 years now. And understand the rationale here, but the way I look at it, it's black and white. There was a contract signed, negotiated in good faith by both parties. July 1, 2021 is a contractual date that Burton agreed to and signed off on. They have 23 days from now to fulfill their contractual obligation. In my world, it's time to get on it and get it done, or you don't get it done. We should not reward non-compliance with this agreement with an extension. My final point, if Burton cannot meet this obligation, then what else will they not meet in the future? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, Mrs. McCall.
So first and foremost, thank you for the clarification on the reverter clause. I guess I have a couple questions when you talk about protecting the city's interests. So just for clarification, if this is not extended, the Burton Foundation, if they do actually close on the property and this reverter clause isn't extended, and let's say the price of lumber continues to increase and increase and increase, and they can't continue to build. So does that mean that there would just be half-built buildings there? You know, like
I mean, conceivably, yes.
Okay. So I kind of, to go on with Mr. Connolly's concerns here, you know, throughout my career as in high school, in grad school, when I worked at Google, my career in public relations, and now as a mom, I have deadlines that I meet on a daily basis. And we've become part of this mentality that everybody gets a gold ribbon and we just get to extend contracts and deadlines aren't really important anymore. And it's infuriating because, especially as a mom, my kids look up to me, and if I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And there's always letdowns. But when the Burton Foundation signed this contract, it was understood for the residents that this was a contract they signed, and we went through a whole process, and a lot of us came to terms with it. And I walk past that property every day. I drive past it every morning when I go to work out, and I think, when is this going to be built? I mean, we came to terms with this. I was good with it. I told my kids, like, you know what, we're going to have some new friends. There's going to be some kids at Heartland with you, and they were excited about it. And it just keeps dragging on and on. And it becomes to the point where it's a little bit infuriating because as somebody who has a career that, you know, you have deadlines and you have things that you have to meet, and they keep extending it. And I sent all of you an email today because I'm really tired of them getting granted extensions, and in their letter it was due to COVID and financing. Well, guess what? I was in virtual meetings for a year. I dedicated a year of my life. I took a year away from my kids, from my business, to go through emails and documents and point out to all of you my concerns about the Burton Foundation. Yet here we are again. They've extended their closing date, I think it's for the second time now, and they can't get it together. And you know what? I'm really frustrated about it. You know, I would like to read my email if it's okay, because I don't know that everyone reads the public comment. Is that allowed? So that those that are listening could potentially, is that okay?
It is allowed. For the record, I did not receive your email, so perhaps.
I apologize, Mayor Burns. You know, I emailed the alderman. So I will read
Right,
it because
yeah.
I don't know if you had a chance.
It's already in the record, Mrs. McCall?
If it's okay, I would still like to read it because I know that there are some people virtually that may not understand what's going on.
Okay, then afterward, I'm going to ask, where's Mr. DeGroot? Is he present tonight? Yes. Good. Okay, then I'm going to ask a question of Mr. DeGroot.
Okay. So this may be, you know, you guys have heard this, but I'm writing to you this morning regarding agenda item 9C for tonight's city council meeting regarding the Burton Foundation's request for an extension of the reverter clause. While I understand that the Burton Foundation is exercising their second and final closing date extension, I'm encouraging you not to grant the request for an extension of the reverter due to delayed funding due to the pandemic. When residents asked for meetings to be postponed due to COVID, the only extension we got when the council planned to vote on the real estate agreement in April was when every non-essential business was shut down. So by law, we couldn't meet. When we asked the city council to please postpone the July meeting to donate the land, we weren't granted the luxury of an extension. Instead, the council forged ahead with the meeting in the midst of a pandemic. Many residents were too fearful to attend due to underlying health concerns and having personally lost loved ones to COVID, myself included. And I would like to point out that I still have someone that is my age that had just underwent a double lung transplant and is still in the hospital. So this is very serious, and all of this was conducted when this was going on. The Burton Foundation needed to meet their July 15th deadline for IDA funding, so the council decided to move forward and accommodated them. Like the Burton Foundation, we also experienced funding delays when we had to come up with funds to hire a personal attorney to show that it was unlawful for the city to donate the land without a supermajority vote. Where were our extensions when time and again we begged the city council and PZC to postpone meetings due to the inability to meet in large groups and difficulty with technology? We were muted and we were not called on during virtual meetings, and many were silenced. When the city council voted to approve Emma's Landing in February, I had come to terms with the fact that this development was going to be part of Sterling Manor. And I will continue to support inclusionary and affordable housing at that parcel of land. What I will not support, however, is a broken system that I get so emotional because I have spent so much time being a proponent for affordable housing. And when I see how broken this system is, when organizations like the Burton Foundation have found a way to make money off of underprivileged people, it's infuriating. And I know I talked to Alderman Kosrog about this. It makes me feel gross inside. It makes me feel yucky, and it doesn't make me warm and fuzzy when they don't have the best interest of our community at heart. They've managed to turn profit on those that are in need. And their personal relationships between the Burton Foundation, this new ELA LLC that they came up with after low-income housing tax credits were already granted, Door Creek Construction, owned by Ms. Manning's husband, Jim Bergman of Iceberg Development, who coincidentally has a managing partner at Apex Development in his building, who also happens to be on the managing committee of Tracy Manning's husband's Door Creek Construction, all while dragging the Nelson family's name through the mud. And while I don't understand the tangled web of those involved in this project, I don't know how they sleep soundly at night, knowing that they have figured out how to turn a profit at the expense of others. I do hope that each and every one of you have done your due diligence in vetting this developer and all the relationships that they chose not to disclose to you, to any of us, to the residents, to IDA, to HUD. They've disclosed nothing. And it was only because the residents were able to uncover it that we've seen this tangled web that they have woven. If you feel that this is the best that we can do for Geneva, and you can sleep soundly at night granting this extension, then feel free to vote yay. Personally, their actions make me sick to my stomach. And maybe I'm naive, but I do believe there are still really good people in this world, and there are good developers out there who truly want to better humankind and not work a system meant to help those in need. So that was the email I sent. Obviously, I get very emotional about this. As you all know, I spent a lot of time on this, and like I said, I have come to terms that we would welcome anyone into our neighborhood. But I just feel that there could be a better developer out there that maybe actually has the best interest of residents, those existing residents and new residents that could come to our community instead of just trying to figure out how to turn a profit on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeGroot, if I could trouble you, sir? First of all, before I ask you a question, I do want to state for the record, and I'm certain that I will receive copious emails challenging my accuracy on this, but the council will concur that there was ample, quote, delays put into the process that took well over a year to complete. I unilaterally stopped all meetings of the council, of the Plan Commission, of the Historic Preservation Commission, of every committee and board in the city of Geneva for upwards of 3 months. So with respect to a statement that there's no delays, it's not entirely true, but nevertheless. On matters related to an extension such as this, there have been, as I recall, numerous extensions provided to other housing developments in this community. One of which, of course, is at Richards and State Street. And there's been numerous others. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct, yes.
An extension of this nature is, for all practical purposes, in the development world and in municipal law, more or less a housekeeping issue, is it not?
It's common.
It's common.
Yes.
That's all for me. Comments? Oh, excuse me, anyone else in the audience? I see a hand way back there, forgive me for not. Yes.
My name is Sue Harker, 2756 Peterson Court.
Hello, Mrs.
And I just
Harker.
wanted to say thank you to Lindsay and to John for speaking up on this. And Mayor Burns, I appreciate your comments about delays with projects. I totally understand that happens. But I think the point that we're trying to make is that extensions were permitted to the Burton Foundation, were not permitted to us based on COVID. Now, looking at Tracy's letter, she's saying that her extension is being requested for COVID-related issues. And if we grant an extension to her, you're giving it to her for a reason that you would not give to the citizens of Geneva who requested that meetings be delayed because of COVID. So in my mind, it's an inequitable treatment of two different parties. It's very different than a traditional development where, there's a delay on delivery of wood. So this is going to be delayed. So I don't quite see the parallel there. And that's my number one issue, is that I feel like the Burton Foundation is being given some priority treatment because of COVID, and they're using COVID as an excuse. And it bothers me even more that here we are coming out of COVID. Most businesses at this point have found a way to pivot and keep moving forward without having to ask for an extension at this point in time. A year ago, sure, I could see that. But now here we are, the state's about to open back up again, and they're asking for a COVID-related extension, which makes me question their business practices. Like as John and Lindsay both said, what's going to happen next? What can we expect next from them? They've been, they're not responsive. They've been, they haven't been very forthcoming with all of the information that has been requested of them. I just don't feel like there's not comfort there with this organization. Their business practices, the way they've operated. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The statement, COVID-related issues could be defined with a synonym, supply chain challenges. We all know that. Anyone else in the audience? Yes, sir.
Hi, everybody. I'm George Harker. I live at the same place as Sue Harker, 2756 Peterson Court. I'm not a lawyer, so I just have some basic questions I need to understand. Is this an opportunity to kill this? Just point blank.
Short answer is no.
Okay. And is there a vote required for this?
Yes, sir. Simple majority.
And what happens if the majority doesn't approve it?
I'll let the city attorney explain it. It's interesting, to say the least.
The reverter is for the city's benefit. If the project isn't built or noticeable steps are taken within 6 months of closing, the closing date, I think you heard the city administrator said, could go through September 21. So if the reverter goes away 6 months from September, the city has no clawback opportunity if Burton doesn't take substantial steps towards building and completing the project. Tonight's vote doesn't kill the deal. It doesn't slow down progress. It only hurts the city if, with its remedy of reversion, if it's the will of the city council to kill the reverter.
So you couldn't hold them accountable for breach for not coming to this July 1st date that they were supposed to?
That's not a date that they're in breach of. They have through September 21 to close.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's all.
And if I could, Mr. Harker, just to clarify, when we talk about reversion and what have you, I think that the elementary way to look at this for me is if this moves forward with a nay vote tonight and the developer chooses not to develop, that land remains with the foundation. We don't receive that land back in terms of the reverter.
But have they paid for the land? Do we have the money? Have they paid for it?
No,
They haven't closed, right?
That's what the closing's for.
Right.
But
right.
without that reverter clause, they could close on the land, and if they so choose, or for whatever circumstance, build partial, as Mrs. McCall indicated, or I think Mr. Connolly indicated, or build nothing at all, and then we have no opportunity to say, guess what? You didn't make material improvements, you didn't do anything, that land's now ours.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I sent a thing to the public comments too, and I won't bore you with the details because I misunderstood what the reverter was, right?
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer. But I'll just comment on the whole process, right? And I think everybody in the room would agree, including the Burton Foundation, this has been a contentious process, right? Not pretty, a lot of name calling, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of not good things, right?
Agreed.
And I attribute it to, this is a passionate community. It's not that people are the ists and the isms. This is a passionate community. That's a good thing, right? People want good things to happen in this community, and this isn't viewed as a good thing right now. So I looked at this as an opportunity to shut this down and to hit reset and to do something that's good for Geneva. I'll still be looking for that opportunity, I guess, because I don't consider this a good thing for Geneva the way it's currently structured. So that's all I need to say.
Is there a particular point, if I may take a moment of personal privilege to ask you what is not good about the plan approved?
Well, I don't think the property's livable.
Okay.
I mean, the train tracks are I don't know if you stood next to those train tracks, the ground shakes.
Yes.
Those buildings are going to shake. They're not going to be able to sleep.
So the assumption
people
is
say
that-
they'll get used to it, right? And it's not true,
Well,
right?
the assumption is then, Mr. Harker, that the buildings built there are of less quality than those who are built,
No.
perhaps single-family homes off of...
I don't think those should have been built there, right? I remember there was some debates. I've lived there long enough to know when those townhomes went in, people weren't happy, right? People weren't happy when the townhomes went in, for some of the same reasons. But I don't believe in affordable housing. I'm not like Lindsay. I believe that every person, every human being wants to be successful. And that's part of what I call a human spirit, and that giving people things crushes that human spirit. And when people save their shekels, dollar after dollar, and they work hard as a bartender, as a waitress, and they earn and they buy a place in Geneva, that's empowering.
So there should be no rentals in Geneva?
There can be rentals in Geneva.
But that's antithesis to
Yep.
your home ownership philosophy.
No, it's not, because these are subsidized. People are helping pay for this, right?
Of course.
Yeah, so,
30% of all the land in the city of Geneva is off the tax rolls. We all pay for that 30%,
yeah,
whether it be schools, churches, municipal buildings, park district facilities, libraries.
Yep.
I mean, so in that regard, we're all paying for that which is not taxed anyways.
okay. Yeah, I mean, anyways. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for engaging. Anyone else? We have two on the line. Let me invite those folks first, if I may. Mr. McCready, you're in charge.
For our first individual online, I have Chris Bonner. I'm going to unmute you. If you get your hand raised, you'll have an opportunity to address.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mayor Burns, you have you've got a lot of words and synonyms in your dictionary. So I want to make a comment on what you just told Mr. Harker. You mentioned there's no one should be entitled to rentals in Geneva, correct? Well, if I can remember correctly, you've got the Duke and Lee's property and you got the Mill property that were both presented, whether or not Mill Creek or whatever Mill Race got denied.
Mr. Boehner, we're losing you, sir.
Of affordable housing.
Mr. Boehner, we're losing your clarity, sir.
What's that?
We can't hear you quite as well as we could earlier.
Can you hear me now?
It seems to be dimmed. I'm not sure what that is, but.
How about now?
There you go. Perfect.
Sorry, it's a beautiful night. I was sitting on my driveway watching some of my neighbors. But anyways, I said you have a lot of words and synonyms in your dictionary, so I wanted to kind of correct you on the statement you made to Mr. Harker.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that should there be rentals allowed in Geneva, and from what I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was two proposed properties: Duke and Lee's, high-end luxury condominiums, apartments, and then the Mill Race or Mill Creek or whatever it is that just got turned down. There was never any talk of affordable housing there. So why don't you put yourself in our shoes that you don't want affordable housing in your coveted downtown district? That's number one. Number two, us residents we got shot down over the last year to put a pause to this because of the so-called pandemic. I see a couple have masks on up there, but 3 of you don't. So that's your choice, I get that. But what I'm getting at is this. Numerous times I spoke about a traffic study because I live in an area where my kids almost get hit every day. You have flags above your stop signs. You've got little emojis on your digital speed image. Does nothing. I just walked my kids today and I almost got hit by a car. There was no cop there. But I think on record, Tracy Burns said a 30% approved traffic study was suitable during a pandemic because other municipalities were still moving forward with constructing properties. And all of you sitting up there tonight voted in her favor. Okay? That's point number one. Point number two, you gotta let me collect my thoughts here. I totally had a brain freeze here. Bear with me here. It'll come to me any second. Well, point number two is not coming to me, and I'm obviously heated. But the bottom line is this: I think it's a double standard that the residents of this town in Sterling Manor asked multiple times. Oh, point number two: Brad Kasserog was on record saying, yes, COVID has been trying for all of us. And it was unfortunate that folks couldn't get to where you're sitting right now, me being one of them, because I have kids and I needed to put my girls down. But on the same token, I think he mentioned, but we have telecommunications collaborations. I'm in this, I sell software, so I get it. I get it. And he said, it's a blessing. We can all be together. And we've had erroneous hours of all this litigation back and forth, which should be suitable for all these residents. That's a double standard. All of a sudden, the Burton Foundation had a year or so to put things together, and now they need an extension for something as BS as this? I don't trust you. I don't trust anybody that represents the Geneva administration. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Mr. Boehner. If I may engage you as well, are you still present?
I sure am.
Okay. If I may engage you, and let's talk candidly, if the council would permit me.
Hey, it's too bad you had a failed run for the Senate.
Well, it wasn't the Senate, sir, but thank you very much, and thanks for remembering so accurately. Mr. Boehner, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm going to drop, but thank you, Mayor. Have a great night.
Yeah, thank you for your bravery. Let me just say for the record, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Mr. Boehner and another resident of Sterling Manor, and I will agree with Mr. Harker. Where's Mr. Harker? There you are. The passion. Passion can often be a synonym, to borrow a phrase from the earlier caller. Passion's a good thing. And when passion gets out of control, it's an ugly thing. And I think you would agree, I think Mr. Connolly would agree, and I think Lindsay would agree, and I think everyone would agree. Mr. Boehner, it's come to my attention, was the author of multiple email messages that read in part, but I can always check my phone for accurate statements, and it's all part of the official record, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hire an attorney to discover if the city of Geneva is doing what it should be doing legally. If we discover that what they are doing is correct, then we will use the extra funds to dig up dirt on the city council members. Isn't that fun? That's passion. That's passion heading down a wrong way street. I know who the authors of those emails were. I knew who the authors of the Say No to Emma's Landing were. I know personally the attacks on me, my family, the accusations that I have a relationship, sexual or otherwise, with the developer. I have had calls from men and women saying, and I quote, that's going to come up. That's going to come up. And despite every effort to ask them, what are you talking about? They said, and I quote, that's just the way the game is played, Kevin. Welcome to the game. So that's not passion, that's a pathology. That's disgusting. And I can only say, with all due respect to Mr. Boehner, to hang up and not, although I trust you're probably tuning in, sir, it's unfortunate that your passion didn't carry you forward to have a candid conversation with me. Everybody in this room, everybody in this community has my cell phone number, 630-742-8916. Text me, be kind, call me, I'll speak to you, but I will not restrain my passion for not putting up with the nonsense and BS anymore. Anyone else? We have one more caller on the line.
Yes, we do. Mr. Rod Nelson, I'm going to unmute you. Mr. Nelson, you've now been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. I'll take a moment, take a deep breath. It's going to be a little tough to follow that, but I have some issues I'd like to raise too. I think you might look at this reverter clause somewhat in the context of the options market. About a year ago, a brief, bewildering period existed when opaque proposals were floated to donate or to sell at a steep discount to fair market value a city parcel known as 1208-200-073 to the Burton Foundation. On 22 July 2020, the city gifted to the Burton Foundation an open-ended call option, i.e. a contract to purchase the property that was richly embellished by the price discount and the waiving of city development fees. Burton paid nothing for this call option contract, and there is no clear expiration date on the option. Rather, contingency periods were built into the call option contract. In January 2021, when one of the contingency periods expired, a 60-day extension was granted by the city administrator without any notice, public vote, or input from the city council. Who granted to the administrator this irregular authority?
I'll cover that.
Also built into the July 2020 free call option purchase contract was a no-cost put option. The property, this is the reverter clause. I view it differently than perhaps your attorney and your administrator. I don't think it's there for the advantage of the city of Geneva. I think it's there for the advantage of the Burton Foundation. Because if for whatever reason, during that 6-month period, even though they've entered into a contract to purchase, the property can be reverted or put back to the city of Geneva at no cost or penalty to the Burton Foundation. When the smoke clears from all this in March of 2022 or even later, Burton can walk away from the whole deal, never having invested a dime in Geneva or paid a dime to Geneva for all this time they were all spending. The proposed reverter extension should not be granted. Stakeholders like me, who believe the whole Emma's Landing proposition makes Geneva less affordable for everyone, but especially for lower income families, we want the issue decided and closed out. Those residents near the proposed project, which does not include me, whose property values and futures are in anguished limbo, should not continue to be held hostage by the city of Geneva indefinitely. They deserve a timely decision so they can make their personal decisions accordingly. And what is going on with parcel 1208-200-073? A plat for a planned unit development of 44 townhomes on that parcel was officially recorded in the Kane County by the Kane County Recorder on April 28, 2021. A person who is not now a party to the purchase agreement between the city and the Burton Foundation is the signed certified owner of the property on that plat. Her signature is just above the mayor's signed certificate. This planned unit development plat is required by the Illinois Housing Development Authority as part of the process that will provide $2 to $3 million in total fees to Emma's Landing owner, developer, sponsor, the Burton Foundation, and to the general contractor, Door Creek Construction, LLC. Mrs. Fellhauer is the president of Burton Foundation, and Mr. Fellhauer is one of 3 controlling owner-managers of Door Creek Construction. On page 56 of IDA's qualified allocation plan, which happens to be QAP, I didn't mispronounce that, but it rhymes with a word you might recognize, is a list of unacceptable, open quote, unacceptable practices, close quote. One of these is, quote, a participant has misrepresented or omitted to disclose material facts in connection with any application for tax credits or any other authority resource, close quote. The HUD-IDA rules require disclosure of any identity, quote, an identity of interest between participants, quote, whatsoever, close quote. The Fellhauer's identity of interest was not disclosed on the Burton application.
Dr. Nelson, forgive me for the interruption, but we're here tonight to talk about the reverter clause, not matters that have been settled and are irrelevant to tonight's discussion. So if you'd like to discuss the reverter clause, we'd be more than happy to hear you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
The Fellhauer's identity of interest was not disclosed on the Burton application.
Dr. Nelson, once again, we are not here to talk about that issue. We are here to talk about the reverter clause. I will invite you to talk about the reverter clause to your heart's content, but not issues that have been settled.
Well, you were speaking of pathologic behavior and
Yes,
other
sir.
aspects of this issue that have nothing to do with the reverter clause, Mayor. So I'm just going to finish my last 5 minutes of this presentation. You're welcome to cut me off and mute me.
Oh, why would
But
why would I feed you
I'd
that
like-
opportunity, sir?
The fellow that cut you off and muted you, you attacked him
Oh, he didn't cut me off, sir. You hung up. But go ahead, Dr. Nelson. The
Okay.
floor is yours. I
You're
kindly
welcome to
grant it.
you're welcome to hang up on me, but I'd like to finish my statement.
Keep it
In
cogent
fact, the
and keep it
application
relevant.
signed by Mrs. Fellhauer explicitly disclaims the presence of any identity of interest. Then the question of misrepresentation of ownership in the IDA required PUD parcel is also an unacceptable practice and a deceptive one. And we've had no explanation of how this came to pass. How a party that is not party to this contract or this clause became the owner of this property so that deadlines could be met with IDA. Is never-ending participation in these IDA-listed, quote, unacceptable practices what we must now expect from the Geneva City Council? The reverter should not be extended. It actually benefits the Burton Foundation far more than it benefits the city of Geneva. Geneva has multiple other tools at its disposal. Should there be code violations, should half-built buildings be built? There are many things the city of Geneva has the authority to do. The other thing that would happen if the property sat vacant is the Burton Foundation might have to pay taxes on it. I'm not sure about that. It is a 501(c), but if they're not using it for charitable purposes, they may have to pay real property taxes on it. So I urge you, do not vote for this reverter. Let's bring this process to a conclusion. Let's all get on with our lives. We've already damaged the community, and it's going to take many years to repair some of the broken relationships. Thank you.
Let me address one issue that the good doctor referenced, which of course he stated incorrectly. There is a reference made to the city administrator granting a 60-day continuation without consultation of the council. That is a falsehood, ladies and gentlemen. That is simply not true. To the damage done to the community, I find it ironic that a gentleman who spends the majority of his waking hours sending emails that are totally irrelevant to a development, blocks other developments, has the gall and audacity to talk about damage being done to a community. But that is your right, sir, and that will be in the record. Anyone else online? Mr. McCready?
Wait, can I respond to that?
No, you may not. Mr. McCready. Anyone else online?
None at this time.
Anyone left in the audience to address the issue? Yes, Mrs. McCall?
First of all, I just wanted to thank the city attorney for some clarification. Obviously, as many have said, we're no lawyers. We don't, I'm not a realtor. I don't read real estate agreements. So I do look to you to make the correct decision here. And if it's going to benefit the city, that's what your job is. Lastly, and I'm probably going on a ledge saying this, Mr. Mayor, I noticed that this evening you've been directing your comments to everyone, but when you just went off on your passionate speech, you stared at me as if it was me.
No.
And no, you did. You did.
Lindsay, I make eye contact with everyone in the audience.
But you were very
Everyone in the
passionate
audience.
when you spoke to
I
me.
know for a fact, Mrs. McCall, that you are not the author of those heinous and disgusting statements. I know for a fact you were
Because
not.
I was going to say, even though my email is not for public record, if you would like to FOIA my emails and my text messages.
I can't FOIA them, and I have no
I know,
desire
I'm
to.
just saying, and one
No
last
desire.
thing is that I teach my children respect, to love thy neighbor, and we have little ears in here tonight. And the rant that just took place, I would be appalled if my children were here to hear that.
Interesting. Let me ask you this, Mrs. McCall, if I may, and if you'll grant me the opportunity, and forgive me, ladies and gentlemen of the council, but I think it's important. Your leadership role is to be admired by everybody with respect to your position on this particular discussion. I also sense, and my hunch is that you'd probably agree with my next statement. It's difficult, if not impossible, to control others who might feel the same way you do and go off on certain passions. That's the challenge, I guess, of having a large group of people and assuming that everyone thinks the same and will speak the same. No question. if anybody on this city council or any of our professional staff attacked you or anyone else whose passion was exercised during the Emma's Landing discussion, the way that our reputations were attacked, I think you would agree that it'd be unacceptable and it'd be probably cause for termination.
Right, I agree.
Okay.
And that's why I personally will stand up at this podium and say
Right.
that I would never personally attack any of you. And even though I had personal attacks on me, I put on my big boy pants and I forged forward. And I've always done so. I've taught my children to do the same thing. I've taught my family members to speak on what they're passionate about. I know sometimes we lose our cool.
Absolutely.
I've seen that happen. I've lost mine. I talked to Rich today and I said I'm probably going to start crying because I always do because I'm very passionate. But I also think that there's a mutual respect. And when we are pinpointing certain residents and in front of the entire city, something that's viewed online and that is viewable in the future, I think it's a shame. I think it's a shame.
I think it is indeed a shame that someone would state unequivocally that they have no trust in the city or anybody in the administration.
I know. Well, I think, and
that's-
I'm sure
that's
everyone
unfortunate.
can agree here, and then I will get off my stage here. I think a lot of people are just tired, okay?
No question.
Everyone is tired. There is so much hatred right now. Everyone is at their wits' edge. Everyone's just tired. We're tired of politics. We're tired of things that go on behind the scenes. And so when you see small city government and things that, you feel like you actually do have control in, you have a say in the matter. Your vote counts. This is where your vote counts. For me, it's been very eye-opening, and I hope that for others it has been as well. But you guys are our elected officials, and we rely on you, and we know you don't have the time to do all the research that maybe we have done. And yes, this is a reverter clause, and like I said, I trust that you'll do what is best for the city and best for the residents. But I think that there is a line between passion and between calling people out and making them feel very badly about themselves. Actually, when
Mrs.
there's-
McCall, I must take exception to your statement. If we are to express each other's passion in such a way, should that passion not be respected? As
I
long
agree,
as we
and that's-
don't go down that path and calling names.
That's why I am just stating to you right now, Mr. Mayor, that I appreciate your passion. I understand that sometimes your passion comes out. It was anger that was directed at me, and I just didn't appreciate it.
It's not at you.
Okay.
It's not at you. You were herding cats for all practical purposes. I know you were, because I received phone calls from people in Sterling Manor and elsewhere who genuinely felt empathy because this process was started, and for good, bad, or indifferent, you became the face of it to some extent.
And I didn't want to.
Exactly.
I still don't want to.
Exactly. But
I want to be done.
it wasn't Lindsay McCall's anger, and you used the word, so I'm just going to echo
No,
it.
I know.
Anger and hatred. It wasn't that at all.
No. Well, I just
wasn't
felt
you at
like
all.
it was directed at me, so.
No, not at all. Not at all. I try to make contact with everybody in the audience so that I don't shudder from saying exactly how I feel.
All right.
And I want to be very clear, and I try my best to make certain my delivery is of an even tone. I fail oftentimes at that, but I will not any longer sit up here, stand on the streets, cruise the neighborhoods, whatever the case might be, and be the recipient of aspersions that are slanderous and libelous. I won't do it anymore. Nobody that I know of has ever said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody that I know of ever reached out to anyone in the organization, the Say No to Emma's Landing organization, and said, tone it down. Retract that statement. That ain't right. Nobody did that. Nobody did that. And that's what I think was so shocking to me. If we're all neighbors and we all live in a small community, I don't mind the passion. My God, I welcome it. And I welcome the hearty and heartfelt disagreement. But nobody said, okay, that's overboard. Tone it down. We can't accuse Kevin of sleeping with a developer.
No,
let me finish. We can't accuse Kevin
Never heard that, but
of
okay.
taking money under the table.
Point of order.
No, we
Point of
cannot
order.
accuse Kevin of being promised a
Point of order.
$100,000 a year. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I do not recognize the point. We accuse Kevin of being promised a job from the Burton Foundation. That's all. So
Would you rule on that? Was that a correct point of order, just for?
I'm finished, folks. That's all, Mrs. McCall. I respect you, I like you, I admire you, and my eye contact with you is not to castigate you in any way, shape, or form.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Kilberg, sir.
A clarification on the reverter, which
Yes, sir.
is the subject at hand here this evening. Does Emma's Landing have a vested interest in the reverter?
I disagree with the gentleman who spoke that it inures to them. I think it's a remedy that inures to the benefit of the city as I see it. Do I think that there could be some tangential benefit to them? Perhaps, but I think it overwhelmingly is a remedy that is exclusively in the city's potential arsenal if there's a breach.
And if I'll add, it was the city that asked for that language to be in the purchase agreement. It was not the Burton Foundation that asked for that language. It was city proffered language.
And follow-up question. Why wasn't the reverter and the specific dates incorporated into the contract at the time that we approved the project back in February?
I don't know the answer to that. I think in retrospect, it probably would have been better draftsmanship if they aligned with the closing date. I wasn't an author, so all I can tell you, Alderman, is in retrospect, I wish that date would have corresponded directly with the closing date. Had it, there would be nothing for the city council to address.
Exactly, and I guess that's where I'm wondering who fell short, or where did we fall short as it relates to the drafting of this real estate purchase agreement, so that what we've done here now, 90 days following the approval and the division of the community that resulted from Emma's Landing, now we're revisiting it again. And tonight, one of the parties that has the most at stake in this, Emma's Landing, isn't even present, which is, I think, somewhat disturbing. It just seems that it's unfortunate that we have to have the community that has to come back and revisit this and get additional clarification on a subject that they felt was resolved some time ago. And here we sit again, spending another hour tonight talking about an issue that I thought was resolved some time ago. And I didn't know what a reverter was. I thought it was something probably, in the engine of a car or something when I read it the first time. Do we have any other reverters currently outstanding in the community?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I guess I get frustrated because we have developers that come to us with a great sense of urgency. And I'm not permitted to name them, but I can probably fill one hand with developers that have come to us, and all of them, some of them somewhat different in nature. And they all have this great sense of urgency. And we've got to have it tonight, or we have to have it before the end of the month. And now, with some of these, we're sitting here 2 years after the fact with nothing happening. And I guess my question is accountability, and whether or not when we draft and enter into these types of development agreements, if in fact these have any real teeth, and if we're just, endlessly at the mercy of the developer. I mean, Duke and Lee's, they told us they were going to break ground in June, and I don't see anything happening. Dunkin' Donut goes back to 2019. Bash was going to be open in June. Here with them as landing, I think Tracy Manning said that they were going to break ground in April. So I guess when developers come to us anymore and they have this great sense of urgency, I don't know if I really should believe them anymore, because it just seems as though it's a game that they play with the council to gain approval. That's all I've got.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Marks, sir, then Alderman Mayor.
Kevin, this one, Mayor, I'm sorry. It's probably more that the attorney can address. They buy, hypothetically, let's just go. They close on the land on September 21st, okay? It hits March 21st, and they haven't done anything. The property reverts back to the city. Does the cash then revert back to them, or do we keep the cash? How does that work in the agreement? I couldn't tell that from reading it.
The reverter is one remedy. If there are other potential breaches, that would be something the city would look at. You're asking a hypothetical that I can't answer other than hypothetically.
I guess if they don't even put a shovel into the ground and it reverts back to us, I mean, nothing's done, happens. I mean, they couldn't get everything in lined up. Do they get the cash back and we just get the land, or do we keep the cash and the land?
That they used to buy it.
Well, here.
Or is that too much?
Well, no. If all things remain equal and the city wishes to take the property back, which is why this is, I called it a remedy. It's one of several remedies, but it's one specific remedy. If that's the exclusive remedy available to the city, that would be it, unless there were other breaches which we could identify and monetize. If there were, then we would do so. If we've been damaged in some way, shape, or form.
Alderman Marks, I believe what you're asking is if the land reverts to us, do we cut the foundation a check for what they provided us to buy the land in the first place?
Correct, that's the question, if I wasn't clear with that.
The short answer is, yes, we would. If there
Unless
were
unless there's other
we may be
damages.
able to keep some
Okay,
of it.
that's clear. I didn't see it in the agreement. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Alderman Mayor?
Yeah, so my other job is to work for a developer, specifically on affordable housing projects, and I can vouch for the fact that things are delayed right now. Construction prices are unstable. Closing with banks is difficult. Closing with agencies is more difficult. People are they are starting to come back to work, but they haven't been as productive as at the job site as they had been. So there is backlogs, and I just wanted to provide that feedback to the group that this is not an unusual project or problem for the Burton Foundation to have. I myself have several projects that were supposed to start in February and are delayed. So I thought that experience might give you guys some input. I have some experience with projects that start but don't finish. During the 2008 shutdown, I had a project in Snowmass, Colorado that we had financing almost in place but not quite, and had started, and then it got shut down because of the collapse of the banking market. So our lender was the German bank that got taken over by the German government during that time. And what this town of Snowmass Village was left with was a hulk of concrete on their site. So if they had had a reverter clause and could remedy that situation, it would have been in their interest. And it seems to me that this, along with performance bonds that an agency like IDA requires, put us in a good position here to not have problems moving forward on this development project, because what could happen in today's market is we could see that they close on a budget that then, if they when they hit the ground to start the project, that budget might fall apart on them due to construction escalation, and they may not proceed. So we could take that parcel back and find a new use for it. If we don't extend this, then we're stuck holding. They're given the property for however long they think they need before the market will come back down to meet the project budget. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Alderman Caven, then Alderman Kasserag.
Thank you. I'd like to echo at least or indicate agreement with a lot of Alderman Kilberg's points that we're back here having this discussion again. Sorry. But if this isn't ultimately going to change, anything, if we don't pass this, okay, the Burton Foundation can still go ahead and close on the property. It doesn't actually change the project at all. And if they don't uphold what it is that they say they're going to do, I would certainly like the city to be able to get the property back. And if this is the only way that we potentially are able to do that, then I guess I don't have an issue with it. However, I'm very aggravated that we're sitting here at 8:30 and having this discussion that's been ongoing for 2 years. So that's all I have to offer today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Kasserag, then Alderman Bruno.
So I have just some questions of clarification, I guess, more for people listening and people we've gotten emails from and things like that over the weekend and today. We are not, or let me start by asking, they have the right to extend the closing date through September 2021. How many times do they have the option to do that, and how many times have they already done it?
They had two options for extending the closing date, and this is the second and final.
This is the second, and so this will be the final one per the contract. This cannot get extended.
Without action of this body.
Right. And they can do that without this body meeting, is that correct?
That is correct.
So we're not here at all meeting about their extension. As a matter of fact, they did it once already where we did not meet, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what we're here, I think, and I think this is where some of the maybe misguided energy is coming from, is that they're doing something, or we might be allowing something outside of something normal, kind of along the lines of Mayor Burns's questions to Director DeGroot, where this is normal. What we are here talking about is just extending the reverter clause, which, as Alderman Caven just said, I mean, if anybody's frustrated with the Burton Foundation, you would not want to have this reverter clause expire, because then we would be giving more power to the Burton Foundation. This, to me, gives us control over that, over the situation, and make sure that we control this land should the project not move forward for COVID or any other reasons that Alderman Mayer had. So I guess I just wanted to clarify that in terms at least that made sense in my head. Maybe it would make sense to some of those people in the second ward that are concerned, and also express my support for extending the reverter clause to match up with the extensions that they're asking for. So, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Bruno, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. To the point of that several have made on the drafting of the contract, yeah, these types of little errors end up, if we just wrote it in, generally tying it to the closing date, this would have been in our rearview mirror. Hopefully, we've learned a lesson, but sometimes these things slip through. So it's to the there being other reverter clauses, and I guess this might be a question for Director DeGroot, but it seems like I've been around long enough. I've seen other clawback reverter clauses in development contracts on more than one occasion, so it's nothing unusual. So yeah, it seems like to vote this down would simply be harming the city. Thanks.
Anyone else from the dais? Any final comments from anyone in the audience? We have a motion. We have a second. Mr. City Clerk, are you prepared to take the roll?
I am.
It's all yours, sir.
Ruby.
Aye.
Caben.
Aye.
Gilbert.
Aye.
Kazrog.
Aye.
Maladra.
Aye.
Marks.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye.
Swanson.
Aye.
Bruno.
Aye.
Burkhart.
Aye.
The motion has been adopted with 10 affirmative votes, 0 nay votes, and 0 absent. Ladies and gentlemen, item 10, municipal bills for payment. We kindly ask our city clerk to read the bills in their aggregate for our consideration this evening.
Bills total $3,021,110.58.
Mayor, I move that we approve and pay the so-called bills for listed as listed in the city in the packet on the city website, available for all to see. Thanks.
Is there a second to pay the so-called bills? Seconded by Alderman Kasserag, so-called Alderman Kasserag. Any questions or comments on any of the bills presented? There are a couple of questions I know presented earlier and answered by the city administrator and posted on the website, so all those questions and comments are provided for anyone and everyone to see. Mr. City Clerk, will you kindly take the roll?
Caven.
Aye.
Kilburg.
Aye.
Kasserag.
Aye.
Maladra.
Aye.
Marks.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye.
Swanson.
Aye.
Bruno.
Aye.
Burkhart.
Aye.
Ruby.
Aye.
The municipal bills have been approved for payment with 10 affirmative votes, 0 nay votes, and 0 absent. We jump down to item 12A. Recommend approval of ordinance number 2021-09, amending Title 11, Section 11-6E-2, permitted uses in zoning districts to expand the list of permitted uses in B3E Business District to include drugs and cosmetic stores, and Section 11-2-4, permitted signs in zoning districts to allow electronic message board signs in the B3E Business District. Is there a motion?
So,
Alderman Marks makes the motion,
second.
seconded by Alderman Bruno. Stephanie, do you have a preamble you'd like to
I
share?
do. Thank you. So an application for a zoning ordinance text amendments was submitted from Bill Bush of Geneva Pharmacy LLC. The text amendments requested are in relation to a proposed development at 501 East State Street, formerly known as the Shaggy Chic Pet Service Business. The applicant is seeking to redevelop 501 East State Street to accommodate a new pharmacy option for the community. The concept includes a full interior and exterior remodel and partial demolition. The subject property is located in the B3E Business District, where pharmacy use or an electronic message board sign are not currently allowed. The applicant is seeking these text amendments to add drug and cosmetic store to the list of permitted uses, in addition to allowing electronic message board signs in the district. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the request over 2 meetings in May. During these meetings, the commission considered whether the proposed use should be assigned as a permitted use or a special use. In addition to reviewing recommendations in the comprehensive plan regarding the identified future land uses, the commission also reviewed how to manage the proliferation of electronic message board signs along this portion of East State Street. And ultimately, the commission was comfortable with allowing the proposed addition of drugs and cosmetic store to be a permitted use based on the guidance provided in the comprehensive plan and existing mechanisms in the zoning code to control the urban design of the area. The commission also agreed that electronic message board signs could be introduced into the district given the signs conform to the East State Street corridor design and development guidelines and were limited to zoning lots with at least 80 feet of frontage along East State Street. This condition was proposed in order to manage the amount of electronic message board signs that could be erected along this stretch. These signs would need to adhere to all other existing sign standards in the district. And so with us this evening, I do believe we have the applicant, Bill Bush, and also David DeGroot, Community Development Director, to answer any additional questions.
Are there any questions from the dais for Alderman Swanson, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. Given that the two topics that we have bundled together here are both meaty in and of themselves, I would like to move to split them into 2 discussions and 2 votes. One would be the zoning change to allow the permitted use of drugs and cosmetic stores, and then a second conversation and a second vote to allow electronic message board signs in the B3E Business District.
There is a motion on the floor to bifurcate this matter as described by Alderman Swanson. Is there a second? There's a second by Alderwoman Ruby. A simple majority vote carries the day. Any questions or comments on the motion to amend? Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Kilburn.
Aye.
Kasserag.
Aye.
Maladra.
Aye.
Marks.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye.
Swanson.
Aye.
Bruno.
Aye.
Burkhart.
Aye.
Ruby.
Aye.
Caven.
Aye.
Motion to amend has been approved with 10 affirmative votes, 0 nay votes, and 0 absent. Without objection, ladies and gentlemen, let's consider the zoning matter before us this evening. I do not need a separate motion to do so since it's been executed via the motion to amend. So that issue is on the floor, and that is the zoning permitted use, save for the electronic message board. Alderman Swanson, sir.
Thank you. I would like to have the applicant answer a few questions about what he proposes here and what he envisions the store to be. If you wouldn't mind just explaining what the business model is and what you envision putting at the site.
Sure. My name's Bill Bush from 501 East State Street, representing Geneva Pharmacy. So after 55 years, this last January, Riley Drugs chose to close his business. He had been faithfully serving in his father's footsteps the community, not only just Geneva, but really the entire Fox Valley. If you look at the community right now, St. Charles, Batavia, Geneva, West Chicago, there aren't any other independent pharmacy options for patients to choose to use now that he has closed his store. His staff has come to work for me at one of our locations in Lombard, Illinois, while we sought to find a property to try to develop and continue this tradition of independent pharmacy service for the Geneva community. Our goal was to identify a property, hopefully in the Geneva community, where we could retain and service those same patients who had come to trust and respect the type of service and personal relationships that they were able to develop with the staff at Riley Drugs. So our goal in redeveloping this particular site is to maintain the character of the site, which we think falls within the character of Geneva, while at the same time improving the site to create a business that one would expect of a retail drugstore. So the exterior of the store, we are returning to its original farmhouse footprint from 1858. We were able to work with the Geneva Historical Society and being able to identify what the original footprint of the house was. So we're actually removing some later additions that were added onto the property subsequent to that original farmhouse build to create that original farmhouse look in the property. So from the outside of the property, it's going to be a Geneva farmhouse. You're going to walk inside to the property and it's going to feel as if you were in any healthcare provider's business, whether that be a doctor's office, whether that be a chiropractor, whether that be a retail pharmacy. It's going to be completely new on the inside, as one would expect of a healthcare business, as one would require from the State Board of Pharmacy in order to pass our numerous inspections. But we think it will fit within the community. We evaluated a number of different properties within the Geneva community before we fell to this particular property as being the one that met the most of our criteria for being able to carry on this independent pharmacy tradition for the community. And I'll press stop because it feels like I'm rambling. But hopefully I'm answering your question, Alderman.
Yes, you have, it's a 1,300 square foot building, roughly. So my question is, how much of that space is going to be retail? And what else? You have storage, you have preparation, you have, or will there be any retail?
Well, actually, our remodel plans, the building will actually come down to 934 square feet because we're removing, there was a very low ceiling, very low second story that used to be bedrooms way back in the old days in the farmhouse. And we're going to return it to a high ceiling so you feel more like a retail business when you come in. Approximately half of the available square footage will be behind the counter, or what we would call the working part of the pharmacy, and approximately half of the square footage will be for retail. We will carry a wide range of anything that helps you to improve your health. So we will not carry, my personal philosophy is it's not the place of a pharmacy to help you buy lottery tickets. It's not the place of a pharmacy to help you buy candy bars. It's not the place of a pharmacy to help you buy things that you can get from a convenience store or a mass merchandiser. It's the place of a pharmacy to supply you with things that will help improve the quality of your life, improve your health care. So we offer a wide range of products. Even though we have a small footprint, our access to our delivery mechanisms and to our wholesalers means that we will carry everything from knee braces to bandages to over-the-counter medications, all the way up to including other types of products that patients might need, like walkers or wheelchairs, any types of products that will help a patient improve the quality of their health. I need half of the square footage behind the pharmacy because we'll actually be investing in some automation that allows us to help some of the assisted living communities and senior communities that have called Geneva home. So we're going to be investing in some of the robotic technology that allows us to fill those compliance packaging, similar to what our friends at Riley Drugs had been doing in their location as well, to help the seniors in these assisted living facilities and senior communities who appreciate the option of having that compliance packaging. Some of that robotics takes up a little bit of space, so I need half the space for behind the counter. So that's approximately what the layout will look like. We'll include a examination or consultation room where vaccines can be given, where shots can be given, and immunizations can be given. So again, we provide yet another outlet for the community. Heaven forbid, if situations like this were to ever occur again, we will be yet another resource for the community to ensure that everyone has access to products as swiftly and as quickly as possible.
Will you be doing delivery, or will you be expecting pickup at your site?
A fundamental part of our business model is we offer free delivery. In fact, our store in Lombard, Illinois is licensed in all 50 states. We have several snowbirds and that like to travel in the wintertime. So we offer free delivery for all of our prescriptions. We have local drivers. In fact, the local driver who used to work for Riley is working for me out at Lombard right now until we open a store in Geneva pending. But we offer free delivery. We hope to eventually offer more convenient pickup options for patients. This last year has taught us many things, one of which is that patients value convenience and value their personal space. So one of the things at which we will eventually work to secure at this property is the ability to have a drive-through. It's one of the design characteristics that we saw and we envisioned for this property, and I have never shied away from the very first time I met with individuals to talk about this property. We've talked about that as an option, even before we move forward with any of our work on the property. We see that as being essential. You can see that in many of the other pharmacies in your community. You see that at Jewel Osco. You see that at Walmart. You see that at many other pharmacies in your community already offer that for their patients because it's something patients have grown to expect in order to meet their needs for their health care. So we hope to be able to offer that in the future. We know at the initial opening of our business, it's not likely to be available to us, but we hopefully will be able to offer that as soon in the future as is feasible.
You mentioned that you see that as being critical to the success of this site, having the drive-through?
Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this item on the council agenda, the council agenda is merely the text amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So we shouldn't be varying too much on the actual development itself. Because it could be for anyone, quite frankly. So just a caution.
Understood. But however, in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, this topic came up frequently. It is a topic of concern for a lot of residents in the neighborhood. And another piece of that conversation was that, and I believe it was you stating that you felt it was important to have ingress and egress from this site onto Woodlawn and onto Harrison and onto State Street. And as a representative for that neighborhood, it is very important for me to not tell the neighborhood that we are going to be diverting more cars down streets that were not designed to be through streets. We all know that State Street is a challenging road to turn anywhere on. I live on Woodlawn, And so I have spent more hours of my life waiting to turn left there than I care to share. But so I understand the dilemma that it has. However, those comments gave me pause because we're looking at one piece of a development. However, what you're saying is there's more coming. And so I guess I wish we had the whole package in front of us that we could evaluate. I'm not sure that I understand we can't talk about the drive-through and where that's going to go. However, that may be a bigger hurdle in the future. So I just wanted to put that out there. I appreciate your candor in discussing that it is essential or very important to your business model. So I appreciate that.
I've never shied away from it. And despite my physical appearance, I actually did run hurdles in junior high school. So I am not afraid of taking on the challenge of accomplishing the hurdles. My nearest neighbor, who is right next to me on Woodline, is actually sitting in the back of this room. I do not know if she's here for the project or against the project or here for something completely separate. But I can say that before I purchased the property, I knocked on her door and I had the conversation. I have knocked on the door of many of your neighbors on Woodlawn. I have knocked on those doors who are most closely in proximity to my business and very specifically had the conversation about what I was planning on doing because I want to be a good neighbor. I want to earn the right to be in this community as long as Tim Riley and his dad earn the right to be a part of your community, which is now my community. I bought property here. I'm now a part of the community as well. I want to earn the right to be here as long, if not longer, than they earn that right to service this community. I know I can't do that if I am not a good neighbor. So I am following the process as prescribed in the development so that I first must gain approval for the use, then I may submit for approval for the other activities that we wish to accomplish on the property, but I cannot do them out of order, out of respect for the process that is established here in Geneva. So I'm attempting to follow that process to the best of my ability, and that requires me to do these submissions in stages. But as evidenced by the fact that I'm not asking to be cut off, nor am I trying to shy away from the question, I am putting it out on the table from the very beginning. And to anyone who wants to talk about it, this is what we're planning to do because I believe that your constituents, I believe that the patients in Geneva would value what we're proposing to do and would value those additional services that we would propose to offer with that additional capability that we would bring in front of this body in the future.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think the pandemic has shown that there are other methods out there that are usable for pickup and delivery or texting that many people have used. So I want to keep that option open, but I appreciate your candor. And just a point, I believe the independent pharmacy on the west side of Geneva functioned for decades without a drive-through, so it definitely can be done.
You're correct. And times do change.
I understand.
He's no longer here, and that may be a contributing factor.
Fair enough.
I should have invited him, but I can say that of the largest independent pharmacies in Chicago, 4 of the top 20 went out of business in the last year after each one of them surviving 40-plus years, of which one of them was Riley's, and all 4 of them that went out of business did not have drive-thrus. The pandemic taught us many things. I do not know that it was the first one to teach us these lessons, but it definitely exemplified many things for us. This happens to be for our industry, the industry that I've chosen to be a part of, happens to be one of those lessons some have learned a hard way. But I appreciate the opportunity to run the hurdles, and I will be back at the appropriate time to make those discussions.
Fair enough.
To the best of my ability.
Mayor, I have some questions for Mr. DeGroot as well, but if anyone has questions.
Well, I do want to clarify, or not clarify, but perhaps reinforce that the text amendment being applied for this evening affects the B3E district.
Understood.
It's not just on this parcel.
Understood.
And it's not related to, quote, this business per se. It's regarding the whole district. So
Correct. Right. So if other aldermen, I would cede my
Okay.
yield the floor, and we'll bring Mr. DeGroot up later.
Any other questions or comments related to the text amendment for Mr. Bush? This is on the zoning matter, since we bifurcated the issue. Alderman Bruno, sir.
Just for clarity, Mayor, or maybe for Director DeGroot, well, this would become a permitted use, drive-through is still a special use, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry to get you all agitated. Thanks.
Anyone else? Questions or comments regarding the zoning issue on the text amendment?
Mr. DeGroot question?
Of course, Alderman
Okay,
Marks, floor is
because
yours.
you had, in a B3E district, what is the parking rules? How many spots would be needed for something like this throughout? I mean, does that change our parking numbers, or how does that work?
Parking is dependent on the use, so it's not tied to the district, it's dependent on the use in the district. For a pharmacy or a drug and cosmetic store, it's 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
Oh, wow, okay. Do we know why this wasn't a permitted use to begin with? Was it just an oversight, or was there a purpose for it at the time, and times have changed?
So, took some digging,
Okay.
but going back through our ordinances and our adopted plans, there was a 1993 East State Street Corridor Comprehensive Plan, and that plan helped inform the 1995 zoning ordinance update. And so that plan envisioned this vicinity for specialty retail and small-scale office uses, and did not include pharmacies as a permitted use. That plan was then superseded by the 2003 Comprehensive Plan, which established an East State Street Corridor sub-area. And that's when it looked to this area as kind of, I guess, going beyond that specialty retail and small office scale, being more of a commercial corridor with commercial, neighborhood commercial uses, retail uses. But after that plan, the zoning ordinance was not amended to broaden the list of permitted uses. So that's the best we could tell from going through kind of the planning documents and the zoning ordinance updates, is that it was never amended after that 2003 comprehensive plan update.
Are there any things in that comprehensive plan we should also be looking at that you saw, or is this just really what we've missed in that?
Well, so out of that plan, we also developed the design and development guidelines for that sub-area. When you look to land uses, recommended land uses, on the very end of that document, it says a variety of uses can be accommodated along the corridor. Several have been identified as desirable by East Side residents, including specialty grocery stores, number 2, a pharmacy. So that to us was clear evidence that it was considered to be expanded into the B3E district, but never got done.
Okay. What does this district cover? Is this the only area in the town that's a B3E?
Yeah, it's just this stretch along East State Street between Kane on the west side and Harrison Street on the east side.
Okay.
It's a very small, like 1,000-foot
okay. stretch.
Right.
And really, our goal there is to have light commercial? Is that really what the plan really comes out to say now?
It's to further establish the corridor as a commercial corridor and to encourage the rehabilitation and reuse of the structures that are existing there today.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director DeGroot? Alderman Malaja, then Swanson.
Dave, how do you define a specialty retail?
Well, I looked to the list of permitted uses in the district, and it's a very short list of grocery stores under a certain size, like delis, chocolate candy stores. I mean, it was a very short list of uses. Anything over 5,000 square feet required a special use in that district, so very kind of small scale small scale retail.
Well, I was also just asking in general, like in the industry, what is specialty retail? So a 900 square foot pharmacy differs from a under 5,000 square foot grocery. How exactly?
I think in the variety of products that you sell. I mean,
Okay.
we specialize in these few items.
Okay. All right. So my take is that I think that back in '93, when the B3 was cited for specialty purposes, the idea of a boutique sort of pharmacy or independent boutique sort of pharmacy wasn't just out there. And so times have changed and people are reacting to the big chains differently. And so this actually, to my mind, constitutes a sort of specialty, sort of boutique use. Thanks.
Alderman Swanson, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that we're only adding the one use, the drug and cosmetic store, there are many other specific uses that are in the B1, B4, and B5 districts that are excluded from B3E. And given that we're making a text amendment for this, I guess I don't understand why we wouldn't want to add other items if we could at this time, given we're making a text amendment. For example, a deli is not allowed in B3E. To me, that would fit a specialty store that would fit in that area. So that's one example. Drug and cosmetic is the one that's before us tonight. Furniture and home furnishings, a grocery store, a specialty grocery store, hardware store, higher education facility, locksmith, music store. All of those items don't seem particularly horrible and certainly qualify in my mind as specialty stores. So I guess I don't understand why, if we have an opportunity to add more items to this stretch of zoning, why we're not doing so.
We're not doing so because that was not the applicant's request, and it was through this application that we've kind of discovered why we don't have a more expansive list of uses in the B3E district. So we can certainly take that direction and work to do that as a city-initiated text amendment in the future.
And I guess that spins me back around to what you said, Mayor, earlier, is this has nothing to do with that particular site, but it has to do with the entire district, but it's only because the applicant is asking for it, so it does really apply to just that specific site. And the problem I have with that is that none of us in the neighborhood were notified that this was happening because it's a text amendment to the entire district, whereas in normal situations with a Planning and Zoning Commission decision, every home within 1,000 feet gets a notification that this is coming before them. That didn't happen here. So we sort of have, because of this, we're doing it this way, but it affects the whole district, so we don't have to do it this way. And it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth to apply it in that direction. So I think it's awkward, and I think we could have done a better job with process and with notification. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the dais? Questions for Director DeGroot regarding the zoning issue relative to this matter? Alderwoman Burkhart, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got to agree with Alderman Swanson. It's such a hard thing as human nature. We have the applicant before us who's telling us about the Geneva farmhouse look and all these, he has the Riley driver, and thank you, I love the detail. I'm not criticizing you for the detail, but the former Riley's drug driver is now driving for him, so we're getting into this very specific thing about this one building. It used to be Shaggy to Chic. I used to take my dog there. It definitely is a building that is in need of a lot of love, and had a ramshackle quality to it because it did have all those weird additions. And yet, we're supposed to be voting on adding this text amendment for the whole district, and I do wish it was coming to us in a different way. It's really hard, because I take this job seriously, and I want to make sure that I'm voting on what's before us, and I'm not influenced by the thought of an electric sign. and the thought of a drive-through and the thought of what it looks like for an independent pharmacy in the COVID era, when there's a CVS right down the street, I'm struggling with this one because of all the issues that Alderman Swanson raised. David, can you talk about when would have there been a notification if this had been done a different, can you give us an example of when those residences within 1,000 feet would have been notified?
Well, it's 500 feet from a subject property, but those notices are required if there's a variation that is specific to a property or a special use that is specific to a property, a planned unit development. But when it's a text amendment that impacts an entire district, that same notification is not required. You're required to post it in a newspaper of general circulation. We also added to our development projects page and put notice out that way.
So if this was a special use being applied for as like kind of an exception to what was allowed in the district, then the 500 feet rule would have
Yeah, so if the applicant came back and requested a special use for the drive-through, those surrounding property owners would be notified.
Or if this had been a special use to allow a drug and cosmetic store in this
Right.
district that doesn't have those on the books.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm eager to hear what other people have to say on this. Thanks.
Anyone else on the dais? Alderwoman Ruby.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on the last two comments. I agree also. It's kind of convoluted what we're voting on tonight. It's all just balled up together, and it's hard to sort through. And I think while we're talking about it, the text amendments, adding the other uses like Bob suggested, I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to be proactive and add, update everything to avoid this in the future. And my other thing that I struggle with is all these uses, everything, the zoning is in place for a reason, yet when something out of zoning comes up, then we just vote on, making an exception. And I understand both sides of that, but I feel like the zoning is there for a reason. And if we're just gonna make an exception every time to suit our needs at the moment, I feel, if there's something we can do to update our zoning before that happens, that would be awesome. So, thank you.
Again, I can take that direction from the council, and we can work on city-initiated amendments to broaden that list of uses. But we're responding to a specific application.
Alderman Mayor.
David, would you consider this use consistent with the strategic plan for the corridor?
I would, yes, based on our review of the 2003 comprehensive plan and the design guidelines that came out of that plan, I think it's consistent with that intent.
Thanks.
Alderman Bruno, sir.
Thank you. I too would have no problem directing staff to comprehensively look at some of the uses that might be excluded in that area. I think it is kind of interesting notifications for, and I'll have to think on that in terms of notifications for these types of changes to people within proximity of that district. That could be useful. To the specific use, I kind of rack my brain as to how it could negatively impact the area. I don't see a lot of noise. I don't see a lot of traffic. To the matter before us, I would side with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and it seems kind of a no-brainer. Thanks.
Alderman Kasserag.
I guess I'm with Alderman Bruno. I don't really see a downside to a specialty pharmacy, especially a small footprint one. Seems like we're looking to expand East State Street, looking for new opportunities. I appreciate that somebody's coming in and willing to not only start a new business there, maybe fill a need for the community, but also rehab a historic house to some of its former glory. And I do appreciate some of the comments about, text amendment versus a specific application, but I 100% of the time want the applicant here in person to answer questions. Anytime they're not, I'm always wondering what's going on, or is this a priority for them, or are they all in Geneva? And so I just want to say I thank Mr. Bush for being here and being able to answer these questions. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Alderman Maladra, sir. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So to me, I didn't think I was confused about what we're trying to do here in spite of all the talk about the specifics. I think what we're looking to do is determine whether or not we feel a drugstore and a cosmetics store should be added as a list of permitted uses. We're not talking about a drive-through at this point. You understand that, right? We're not talking about whether or not you can successfully compete with CVS, right? We're just talking about whether or not drug and cosmetic stores, along with anything else we feel like adding, delis, et cetera, should be added as a permitted use in the B3E zoning district. And within the bounds of that conversation, I'm comfortable. I just wanted to be clear that the things that we're not comfortable with are going to come up later. Okay, thanks.
Anyone out from the dais who has not yet spoken, wish to speak, ask a question of either Mr. DeGroot, Mr. Bush, City Attorney, City Administrator? For what it's worth, ladies and gentlemen, there is some history with respect to text amendment requests in certain districts. We know nail salons was a text request on 3rd Street. Small grocery stores were a text amendment as early as 2017. So, I mean, it's not unusual necessarily, but yeah, those were all applicant driven as well. We have a motion on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is a bifurcated motion. This is strictly the zoning issue on the text amendment permitted use. This does not include the electronic, what's the M stand for? Messaging board, yes.
Sorry, Mayor, is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak?
Oh, is there anyone in the audience wish to speak to the text amendment? Forgive me. Thank you, Alderwoman Burkhart. We do have one caller online. This is regarding the text amendment.
Mr. Nelson, you've now been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. I have some comments on this. I live adjacent to B3E. B3E is about 7.1 acres total. It's a very tiny, tiny zoning district. And it's very unique in the sense that no two lots are the same. When you come in and do a survey, you never get the same results twice. It has a lot of unique challenges. And I thought Mr. Swanson was on the exact right track when he started talking about the traffic problems that we have in our neighborhood. And I think what we're missing in terms of uses is the intensity of the use is also extremely important. And especially when we're speaking of how that intensity of use might impact on already challenged traffic issues. and by intensity of use, I mean number of visitors to the store a day. A pharmacy can be very busy if it's successful. It could have as many as 40 or 50 people a day visiting, or obviously even much higher than that. And obviously with a store this size, the goal is going to be to use that drive-through very extensively. And I understand the one step at a time, but I also find it sort of induces cognitive dissonance because Herbert Hoover caused the model zoning ordinance to be drafted in 1927. And in 1929, he was a civil engineer. And in 1929, he caused the first comprehensive plans to be codified and created a model for communities to adopt. One is very specific, and that's the zoning. One is more aspirational, more global, doesn't get down to the specifics. And Mr. DeGroot and I differ on our interpretation of the history and interpretation of the comprehensive plan as it relates to B3E. The comprehensive plan places this parcel in design area 1, and that's basically a transitional zone. I did a word search through both the code and the plan on specialty retail, and it's used only in the context of transitional zones. In B1, it's used to describe the area just north of downtown along Hamilton Street. I'm very familiar with that. My father and I had a medical office at the corner of Hamilton and 2nd for a long, long time. And we always look forward to Thanksgiving. This is from Mr. Bush, because Mr. Riley would send us each a turkey before Thanksgiving every year. I'm just planting the seed, Mr. Bush, should you be successful. He stopped doing that because there's so many doctors coming to town that he just couldn't afford to do it anymore. But I remember him very well. Back to the subject. So ordinance 2109 that's before you has in its fourth whereas a carefully worded subterfuge. This whereas refers to the comprehensive plan. But before you vote, please reread section 11.6E1 of the Geneva Municipal Code. While section 1161 contains the word facilitate in reference to the comprehensive plan, the section only mentions specialty retail as a permitted retail use. The code enumerates exactly which specialty retail uses are permitted. Drugstore is not on the list, and drugstore is not among the permitted special uses. Mr. DeGroot would have you believe that this was a scrivener's error or an oversight or a product of history that's no longer germane. I would take the opposite. I would say that a lot of thought was given to this use, and these were uses of low intensity, not places where many, many people would visit during the course of the day. The fourth whereas relies on facilitate. The actual description of B3E and the entire concept of zoning under the rule of law relies upon the word permitted. And that's how it's applied to specific properties. Adjacent B3E property owners, such as I, relied upon this crucial permitted word when purchasing or improving our properties. Otherwise, a cannabis vendor, liquor store, or adult bookstore can be casually added to B3E in the municipal code. Even more important is the fact that when B3E was created, the lethal effects of diesel exhaust were unknown. Now Geneva has a congestion mitigation and air quality grant to improve the East 8th Street corridor. The goal of the grant is to lower diesel fuel burn in the corridor. This is a health safety issue, which should be basically at the top of considerations when considering zoning. A high throughput of vehicles via drive-through access from substandard side streets will increase congestion and air pollution. This would not be consistent with the purpose of the grant or with common sense. 501 East State Street is in Design Area 1 of the comprehensive plan. I went over that. It's transitional. The presentation by staff has become, in terms of development in Geneva, basically a sales pitch, not an objective discussion of the pros and cons. Other communities, I notice, have a routine form in which they list pros and cons. We don't seem to do that in Geneva. And again, somebody mentioned this, but what if, for example, the competition for prescription income causes CVS to close its Eastside Geneva location? They have another location in St. Charles, but just across the street from Geneva's Walgreens. CVS closed 46 stores in 2019, including 7 in the Chicago area. Is their lease close to running out? It was about 20 years ago that CVS was founded, and that was just after
Dr.
deal
Nelson,
to put a
forgive me for interrupting
Walgreens
again,
in
but
on
I'm going to have to
the-
ask you to, again, remain cogent, and please wrap up your comments if it's related to the text amendment regarding the zoning. The history of CVS is of no concern to this council tonight.
Yeah, but see, it's a concern to me.
Yes, sir, but we ask you kindly to just be cogent with respect to the matter on the floor, and that is the matter of the zoning and the text amendment request by the applicant.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
So it's my understanding then that you don't want to consider any impacts on the adjoining community.
No, sir, we're considering the text amendment as requested by the applicant this evening. That is
Yeah,
the,
but that wasn't my question. My question
No,
is,
but
you're not concerned on impacts on the surrounding community. Is that what I'm to understand?
no, sir, you understand that incorrectly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let me try this. The entrance to the proposed use could come from currently any one of 3 places. It could come from 2 entrances on State Street and 1 on Harrison Street. Harrison Street is about 20 feet wide. The entrance into Jin Ho is about 10 feet from the roadway of Route 38. One car stopping to make a left turn, or especially even a right turn on occasion, basically blocks that entrance. Anybody entering Harrison Street from the east would have to stop until the car at the stop bar exits before he could make entrance into that parking lot of Gen Ho to get to this use. Harrison Street has no sidewalk in that block on the east side of the street. So that means school children walking to school have to go by that intersection every day, going and coming from home. There's no buffer between the parking lot on Gen Ho and the sidewalk. The cars frequently extend into the sidewalk. The parking lot at Gen Ho has 90-degree parking. By code, that requires a 24-foot two-way aisle. The aisle is 16 feet wide. The situation on Woodlawn is there's no parking on southbound Woodlawn. So that narrows the roadway considerably. So that would create major problems for a entrance to the site from Woodlawn. Someone will undoubtedly claim, as has happened, that the drive-through is not before you. This would be technically true, but completely disingenuous.
Dr. Nelson,
The
technically
applicant-
true is sufficient for
the
this council
applicant
tonight
has all
because it
but
is indeed
declared
technically true.
that his
We're talking
business
about
plan
the text
is-
amendment, sir.
Yeah, but you discussed the drive-through. Aren't I entitled to discuss the
I didn't
drive-through?
discuss the drive-through, sir.
I heard the word drive-through several times.
You did, and I was, I think, kind enough to remind those who brought up the issue of a drive-through that we're talking about a text amendment this evening. We're not talking about the specific proposal with regard to this particular property. This is a request
Well,
by an
I'm-
applicant to,
I'm more used to thinking in terms of life and death and health and safety. but I'll forego any further comments on that until that comes up.
Okay.
I do say, though, good for Mr. Bush for being so straightforward. To approve this disallowed use would thwart the goals of the CMAQ grant, would place a higher priority on the financial health of a TIF slush fund than on the health and safety of school children. Quote, close enough for the east side, close quote, has been part of the Geneva way for far too long. Please deny this improper, poorly conceived, and dangerous zoning use change, a use that is not a specialty retail as explicitly required by the plain language of section 11-6E-1.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. McCready, anyone else on the line wishes to speak?
No one else raising their hand at this time.
Thank you, sir. From the dais, any last minute comments, questions? Anyone in the audience? Before I recognize Alderman Maladra? Anyone else in the audience regarding the text amendment related to just the zoning? Alderman Maladra, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I was asking David about this earlier, what exactly is specialty retail? So I realized that Google is not the be-all to end-all, but a quick Google search of specialty retail, the first 10 hits come up with the same basic definition, which is a shop or store that carries an assortment of brand styles or models within a relatively narrow category of goods. As Mr. Bush defined it, his store, his focus is on things that improve people's health. I believe that's a narrow definition of your product space, and you will offer a variety of products within that very narrow space. So as I think I said before, it seems to me that this particular definition of drug and cosmetic store within the B3E district can easily fit what is accepted as specialty retail.
This is on the matter regarding the zoning, save for the electronic messaging board. Alderman Kilburg, sir?
Yes, how did we arrive at the decision to pursue this as a expanding of the permitted uses in the B3E business district versus just a special use? Who's that? How was that driven? Was that your intent, Mr. Bush?
It would require a text amendment.
Well, Mr. Bush, we're going to have to ask you to use the microphone, sir, but I believe Mr.
I'm
Bush
sorry.
is the applicant for that change.
I'm sorry. Either would require a text amendment change. This is the only district where drug and cosmetic store is not even a possibility as a special use. So even if we wanted to submit as a special use, that would have required a text amendment change. We requested the permitted uses change because we felt that it fit within the specialty retail definition and specialty retail nature of the district and from our perspective. But either would have required us to bring forward a text amendment change in order to make this possible. Does that answer your question?
Was that your decision, or were you advised to take this approach?
It was in consultation with the City of Geneva.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Otherwise, we'll call a vote. Oh, yes, sir. Good evening. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, well, I gotta go. My daughter's gotta go to sleep. I'm here with some of my neighbors, and I know that you guys keep talking about it's just a zoning thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm a few credits shy of a political science degree. But the drive-through is gonna come back, like you said. You know,
yes, sir.
We're dealing with, it's great to have business on the east side. We all want that as east side residents. We want, you know, different stores and stuff to be there and to be populated on that side. But the drive-through there's gonna be issues, and none of the people living on Woodlawn or any of those surrounding areas are gonna be okay with people zipping in and out. That's all I gotta say.
Sir, could I trouble you just for your name?
Joe Fisher.
Joe Fisher, thank you, sir. And I trust school's out now, right? Yeah. Oh, you guys can stay up all night, man. Life is good. Anyone else? We have the motion. We have a second. Everyone understands what the motion is? Silence is concurrence. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Kasserag.
Aye.
Maladra.
Aye.
Marks.
Nay.
Mayor.
Aye.
Swanson.
Nay.
Bruno.
Aye.
Burkhart.
Nay.
Ruby.
Nay.
Caven.
Aye.
Kilberg.
Nay.
There's 5 in the affirmative. There's 5 in the negative. That causes a tie vote. I will vote aye for the text amendment regarding the zoning matter only. Now we will move on, ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the second matter before us regarding the electronic message board. Excuse me. Oh, I can't remember that word. Do we wish to hear from either Mr. DeGroot or the applicant first, or do you have questions and comments you'd like to fire off? Alderman Swanson?
Yes, I'd like to hear from the applicant as to what the message board will be conveying. It's my understanding it's going to change content every 5 minutes, or it could. And I just wanted to hear what you envisioned your message would be.
So if I may, a little bit of background, I will be very brief. The only reason for requesting an electronic content changing sign at this particular location is to retain the nature of the building. The nature of the building was a farmhouse. Most retail establishments are predominantly windows. They allow your customers, they allow your patients, they allow the people who are frequenting your business to see what wares you're purveying and what business you're conducting on the inside. In order to keep the nature of the existing structure, it has very limited windows that are not placed conducive to allowing for those patients and those customers to see the business. So we felt the opportunity to have a message board which we could change infrequently, but with some degree of content, would allow us to convey some of those important messages about what products and services we're carrying, what things are important to the community. For example, the availability of flu shots, the availability of COVID vaccines are 2 things within the last year that are very important and very timely messages to deliver to the community that may or may not be able to access those messages through other means like social media, print advertising, etc. So we offered the electronic content changing text amendment change so as to retain the farmhouse look of the building. That was my goal. That's the only reason I'm offering. We worked extensively in collaboration with the city and with the Planning and Zoning Commission. We accepted their feedback, and actually they provided some great suggestions, and we have revised our request for this particular proposal and revised our envision of what that sign might look like. You know, there has been a pylon sign, aerial sign on a freestanding post in that location for a number of years. It's actually in a state of disrepair. I can't wait to take it down because I'm afraid it's going to fall down. But our proposal would be to change that to a monument sign, the lower to the ground sign, the sign that you can surround with brick and stone to make it look like more of what is in the design guidelines for the East State Street corridor, but also look and feel like the rest of the signs do in that part of the community. So in respect to your question, our goal for having an electronic content changing sign is to offer us the opportunity to communicate with our patients and our customers in the way that traditional windows would in a retail establishment. I apologize for the background, but I thought it was relevant to answering the question.
The floor is yours, Alderman Swanson.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. DeGroot, and that's currently we do not allow electronic signs downtown.
Right, they're not
Time and
allowed.
temperature, I believe.
That's correct. They're not allowed in the historic district at
And
all.
we're not changing that to allow them.
Right, the B3 district is contained on this stretch of East State Street.
Understood, but my context is, we're saying it's not a use, that, or not a change we want to make downtown, but in this particular small little neighborhood, we're okay making that change.
That's the proposal, correct.
Okay. So, and the Planning and Zoning Commission put in criteria for specific footage, of which most of them fell in the block that this site would be. The larger lots are toward the east end, which would allow, I believe, 6 signs in the district, of which 4 or 5 of them would be concentrated in a 1-block area toward the east side of this district.
The 80 feet of frontage would allow it on six properties. You would have the proposed pharmacy location, Gen Ho, Malone Funeral Home, Munchie Peas. I can't envision the other 2 businesses, but yes. The 4 of the 6 would be on that eastern edge.
Okay, and I appreciate what they were trying to accomplish, limiting the proliferation. I guess my difference of opinion would be maybe that's 6 too many, and maybe we should consider ourselves an extension of the downtown. And if it's not good enough for the downtown, why should we have it in this district? So I look at it a little differently. I asked staff for a list of the electronic signs in Geneva right now, and virtually every single one of them, with the exception of the Park District sign on Western Avenue, is in a highly commercial district, either Randall Road, Kirk Road, and only one is in a residential district. Or near homes.
There's the Park District, and then there's the Lutheran Church on Caneville as well, that is more of a residential area.
Okay, so, but for predominantly major highways and in major commercial areas. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Just one bit of clarification for the benefit of all those tuning in, listening in, and curious. Again, the city of Geneva, through its authority and through its ordinance, defines downtown from Richard Street all the way to East Side Drive. The historic downtown is different because it's the historic district. That's why those signs have not been permitted in the historic district. That would first have to be approved or considered by the HPC and then advanced to us for consideration.
One clarification there, though, there is a zoning district which is on the east side of the river going up State Street that they are not allowed.
Yes.
DCM. So it is not just the HPC that is driving.
No, it's not just the HPC, you're right.
There are other districts where they will not be allowed, and we're not changing it.
The most important element is that the downtown is not just west of the river. The downtown extends all the way to.
Understood, but we're making a change only in this district, we're proposing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions or comments for Mr. Bush and/or Mr. DeGroot? Alderman Mayor? This is on the EMB.
Yes. Yes.
That's how I remember
Talk
it.
about the drive-through. I'm not going to vote for the electronic sign because I grew up on the east side and I've driven this stretch of road many, many times, including this last week when I tried to read a real estate sign on one of the houses on this stretch. And you're going 35 miles an hour. You can't read signs as you're passing by. Your electronic sign's not going to be as effective as the Walgreens where you have a stoplight and people can look at the sign and read it. It's also exactly where State Street takes a slight turn. And it's a dangerous slight turn to new drivers. I know my husband had a very bad accident there. Several people I know had near misses there. I think that a distraction on the side of the road at this particular location is not something that I'd vote for.
Thank you. From the dais, anyone else? Alderman Kasserag?
I just want to say, too, I agree I'm not going to be voting for the electronic sign. I fully appreciate what Alderman Swanson said, too, but I also think we just want to look forward to, or not get ahead of ourselves to what the design on the East State Street is going to look like after the road widening and other improvements might be made after that. And so I just feel like if we were to approve this now, we just really, I don't, at least for me, I have a hard time imagining what that visual landscape would look like with 5 signs also there, along with the street widening and everything else that might happen there. So I think it's something that maybe if the applicant wanted, come back after all that's done, but for now, it's not something I would support.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Caven, sir?
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments that have already been made. I don't think that this is something I'm very interested in at the present time. But part of my other reasoning is, I know that we have the parameters in there of the 80 feet of frontage or anything else, and that's fine, and that limits it to a very small number, but, okay, I'm a business owner and I have, 65 feet. I mean, I think that doing something like this is going to lead to more people looking for exceptions and coming here and saying, well, hey, I feel like maybe I'm at a little bit of a competitive disadvantage. I like the fact that this person has this, what do they overall look like, all the different styles, models. But I think that this just lends itself to us receiving and fielding more of these requests in the future. So it's not something that I'm real excited about at the present time. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Maladra.
Thank you. I think that there's a similarity between this location and the Park District location and the church location. I think the similarity, Alderman Swanson said they're near a major sort of road. I kind of think Route 38 is a major sort of road. However, the difference here, to my mind, is the Sunset Pool is like the only place on that stretch that such a sign would be. The rest of it's all residential. Similarly, on Caneville, you have the Lutheran Church, maybe you would have St. Peter's, so you'd have 2. In this area, you could have 6, and that makes it very different. And so I'm a little bit uncomfortable with taking an action. Your sign doesn't bother me so much. The idea of 6 of those signs in this very small concentrated area is worrisome.
From the dais, anyone else who has not yet spoken, asked a question, wish to do so? Anyone in the audience? Sir? Yes, sir. Come up to the podium and just share with us your name, if you could. And then if no one else, I'll.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edgar Alas. I just want to thank you all. I know it's been late, but I just want to say thank you all and being very attentive. I first met Bill just this past weekend. I was mowing the grass. He came over, very respectful, kind man. Nothing bad to say about that. But specifically on the business here, Alderman Mayor brought up as far as that turn, that stretch of turn, and how a sign like that is going to deter drivers, from, you're just going to deter the drivers. And obviously, if you've ever driven down there, you're going to see a lot of kids, all through grade school, walking through that stretch, going to DQ, going down to the river. Having a sign like that in that stretch of a road, 35 miles an hour, not everybody follows that. As you know, it's going to go a little bit more than that, especially with the younger drivers. So I would just like to say, yes, don't do the sign. I don't think it's going to be beneficial to anybody on the roads there, especially for us. I live on Woodlawn Street. I walk down that road and don't want to have that or worry about a driver coming up to me and the kids, worried about that. I know that this forum is not for the drive-through. The door was kind of open in many different facets of that, but I'd just like to also just put it on the record against the drive-through. Everybody's already made valid points, but I just wanted to put it again there, and we can discuss it later on in a different forum. But respectfully to everybody's time, thank you very much, and I hope everybody else has a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, sir. Anyone? Yes, madam? Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. Winnie Frankel.
Hi, Winnie.
I was purposely quiet in the first part because I wanted to make sure that it is clear that the theoretical idea of a farmhouse local pharmacy in our neighborhood is something that most of the residents live there for. We live there because we want centrality, we want walkability. We're very comfortable with the idea of that in our neighborhood. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about drive-through because I don't have to, but I did want to point out that before Summit Street on Woodlawn, there are 8 children, even before Summit on Woodlawn, around the corner of the pharmacy. So I think that's just a notable piece of information for the council. I also want to point out that while I appreciate that the way that it is being presented to us is that it is a farmhouse and it is a local pharmacy, it wasn't necessarily suggested, as it was indicated by Mr. Bush, by the neighbors that I spoke with, that when he did have those personal conversations, that he did share his future plans of the drive-through with those neighbors when he gained that support. So I just wanted to point that out as well. And I also want to say that it sounds like everybody's sort of on the same page about the electronic message board, so I don't mean to belabor that point, but I don't think anyone in the neighborhood is excited about that as the direction that our local farmhouse pharmacy goes. I also wanted to suggest that the earlier point that Alderman Swanson brought up relative to the plethora of other businesses that could also go there is really interesting to us as a neighborhood. The option of walking to someplace to go to a deli that we didn't really occur to us that if we opened it up, maybe we would engage other business owners or potential individuals who were interested in that property. So that's it. It's late.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? This young lady first.
Well, since we're talking about the drive-through, I'll make it brief.
Well.
Very brief. I know. But this is the first opportunity to get this on the record. I'm his immediate neighbor. My name is Samantha Zarmak. I'm a new resident to 15 Woodlawn. Very excited. My first home. And I do have a background in urban planning as well. So the purpose of the zoning district is to provide for a mix of specialty retail businesses and offices intended to facilitate the implementation of the East State Street Comprehensive Plan, guided by the long-term vision for future development as established in the 2003 Geneva Comprehensive Plan and the East State Street Design Guidelines. The 2003 Geneva Comprehensive Plan designates that the future use of this particular parcel as a neighborhood corridor commercial, which plans for retail, commercial service, and office uses to strengthen the commercial nature of the East Side Street Corridor. The purpose of the B3E district, as stated in the zoning code, is to provide a mix of specialty retail businesses and offices, many of which make adaptive reuse of existing structures along the East State Street Corridor. Today, this section of the corridor is mixed with small commercial buildings and single-family homes, which have been converted to small commercial use and offices. The purpose and intent of the B3E business district is to promote the adaptive reuse and conversion of single-family homes into those small-scale commercial and office uses. Mr. Bush did not purchase an existing small-scale commercial building with an existing drive-through nor a driveway that exits onto Woodlawn Street with access that he intended to repurpose. Approving a special use driveway or drive-through would not improve or preserve or protect the character of the district. The proposed design of the property's driveway and drive-through would have an immediate and adverse impact on the surrounding residents on Woodlawn Street, and that is why you did find many of the families here today with those same feelings. Approving the special use of this driveway and drive-through would not allow Mr. Bush's drugstore to maintain a traditional scale and level of charm as intended in the comprehensive plans. The only uniqueness this approval would provide would be the fact that this would be the only parcel with a drive-through in the B3E district, and it would only be second to the newly constructed Dunkin' Donuts drive-through when observing the immediate business districts. A drive-through and driveway that promotes entry and exit via Woodlawn Street would not be a high-quality design feature in the eyes of the patrons and families before you, nor was it a feature that Riley Drug had. I do believe Mr. Bush intends to capture the quaint, small business, and neighborhood feel that Riley Drug previously provided to this community, and I support his efforts to renovate the current structure to be more in line with the aesthetic goals of the city of Geneva and its patrons. But approving a drive-through obviously not at this time, or a driveway that is assessed or accessed via Woodlawn Street is not in the best interest of the current residents, families, children, or the community. And it would be a very, very short distance from its proposed construction. And just to be clear, drive-through never mentioned. Yes, he introduced himself. He's been a very kind man. I was candid in saying that I was not excited about a driveway running parallel alongside mine that does not exist today. I purchased the home knowing that a business had previously been there and certainly had the potential to come to the forefront in the future, but I just want to be clear that it was never something that he disclosed to myself, and it doesn't sound like any of the other neighbors that this was going to be a proposal for this quaint neighborhood farmhouse drugstore. That's all.
May I ask a quick question of you?
Yes, you may.
Any thoughts on the electronic messaging board?
So I looked at the monument signs that are nearby. I think
Yes.
the monument signs look nice. I think the electronic messaging board looks tacky. And among the other, well-grounded reasonings besides the way that it looks, I agree it is a scary turn right there. Sometimes when I'm turning left to go home, I'm afraid people in the oncoming lane are going to cross over and hit me. So I think it is a risky location, and it does not need any more distractions than there already exist today.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Bush, sir.
I have two questions in response to testimony that's been presented to the council this evening. The first, just in closest proximity to the testimony that was just given, I'd just like to ask my future neighbor, who I've had conversations with, if she indeed asked me to extend her privacy fence.
Mr. Bush, we need to hear what you're
I'm
saying,
sorry.
sir, so if you could address their comments to me.
So I was trying to be respectful, I apologize.
No, that's quite all right. Just so
I would like to
everyone else can
ask
hear you.
my immediate neighbor if she indeed asked me to inquire about the possibility of extending her privacy fence that was installed at her residence if I were to install a driveway that exited onto Woodlawn. That has been a request at the very initial discussion that I had with her, and that has been something that I have discussed with city staff as I've gone through the building permit and review process to this point. So that is my first question in response to testimony that was given. My second is to the alderman who has suggested that the message board sign would be a distraction, of which I cannot disagree. Electronic content changing signs bring attention, otherwise people wouldn't invest in doing them. The alternative for us would be to retain the pylon sign that has been a part of the community for many, many decades now in front of the location. Which, again, if I'm going to pick and choose my battles and I'm going to fall on my sword, the electronic content changing sign is not the sword I want to fall on. I was doing that to try to retain as much of the character of the location and the character of the building, while also adhering to the East State Street design guidelines, which absolutely call for pylon signs to not be used in that specific corridor. So the alternative for me, in order to communicate to the patients and retain visibility of our business in that, would be to retain the existing pylon sign that exists at the property. And I will be the first one to say, I'm not falling on the sword of the electronic content changing sign. If the council feels, you have lived in Geneva far longer than I have. I have only been a member of this community for a little over a month and a half now. So I trust in your judgment. I trust in your representation of your constituents. If you feel that the existing pylon sign is a better method of communicating and a better visual aesthetic for your community, I am happy to keep that. And will defer to your judgment and vote down this text amendment change. I was doing this to try to comply with what I perceive to be the community's requests for this corridor. And I apologize if that's not the case. So those are the only 2 points I wanted to make.
Quick question, Mr. Bush. Is the converse then true? If the pylon sign is what you will maintain a monument sign that's not electronic and messaging is insufficient?
I'm asking the council. You represent Geneva.
Well, no, what I heard you say, perhaps the council did too, is, well, if I can't have the electronic messaging board, I'll keep the pylon sign.
It is the most effective way of communicating on that corner.
Because of the height?
Because of the height.
Okay, that's what I was
Because
wondering.
it's the existing thing. It's the least distraction to the drivers because it's not a change for them. It's what they've been used to in the community for decades and decades. I believe that the pylon sign would be the least distracting to drivers and the safest option. But that's my own personal opinion. I'm not a civil engineer. I'm not a traffic engineer. It's just my own opinion of the situation. But I defer to your judgment. You know your community. You know your constituents best. You are a neighbor. Whatever you determine, this is not the sword I want to die on. I will save that for my hurdles that I understand I will be jumping through extensively in the future.
From the dais. Alderman Swanson, sir.
Thank you for bringing up the design development guidelines for the east side, because it does address signs, and I just wanted to read one paragraph about signs that I think we all should keep in mind. And it says, exterior signs should be limited to business identification and description. Product advertising signs are discouraged. So that to me kind of precludes and says maybe we don't need message-changing signs. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, ladies and gentlemen, on this matter regarding the text amendment. Oh, excuse me, Dr. Nelson, I believe, is on the line. Forgive me. Mr. McCready, the floor is yours to control and coordinate.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. I trust you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Good. I just would like to add my sentiment about the sign. I too frequent that segment of roadway. I live at 23 Kane Street, which is just one door south of Route 38. A distraction is not what is needed. Even a sign that changes once a day will catch people's attention. I'd like to raise one other element about anything that tends to slow down traffic as it passes through our East State Street corridor. And I come back to the CMAQ grant. Sub 2.5 particle air pollution wasn't known when these ordinances and B3E zoning was established. The definitions in the ordinance need to be followed, not looking up the definitions in Merriam-Webster and substituting them. But what we need to focus on for the health and safety of our children, particularly those in close proximity to 38, and even more so for people north of 38, because the prevailing winds carry these particles in that direction more than in other directions, although they certainly occur in proximity to 38 on both sides. And we need to look at other sources of sub 2.5 particles to try to reduce them. There will be very little widening of the right-of-way. I think I sent the alderman the 2018 schematic of this exact block. And you see there's only a little ribbon of added width in this particular segment of Route 38. So that is not going to change. There's going to be great proximity between sidewalk and vehicles, and this creates a dangerous situation, which brings me back to the intensity of use issue that concerns me. So the other thing I'd like to emphasize is many of the semis that you see passing on Route 38 look new, and you might think that therefore they're not very high emitters of sub 2.5 particles. But in point of fact, many new semis are new chassis with rebuilt pre-regulation diesel engines, which do produce a lot of sub 2.5 particles. So anything that we can do to synchronize the lights, to minimize the stopping of cars that are turning, which in turn stop the semis, we need to try to prevent that. It's a health and safety issue. It's not incorporated into our ordinances or strategic plan, but it's a very real risk and a serious one. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a motion on the floor with respect to the text amendment asking for electronic messaging board. Everyone's clear? Alderman Kosarog?
Make one more quick comment. Mr. Bush was asking what we think is the best signage, I think, for that area. I can't speak for anybody else on the council, but I would say a monument sign, non-electronic, would probably be my preferred method of signage along this road. So just wanted to express that in answer to his question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready to vote, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. City Clerk, whenever you're available. Simple majority, ladies and gentlemen, is required to pass this matter.
Kilberg.
Nay.
Kosrog.
Nay.
Maladra.
Nay.
Marks.
Nay.
Mayor.
Nay.
Swanson.
Nay.
Bruno.
Nay.
Burkhart.
Nay.
Ruby.
Nay.
Caven.
Nay.
The text amendment request for the electronic messaging board has failed with a vote of 0 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to public comment and new business. Anyone wishing to make public comment? Mr. McCready.
No one raising their hands at this time.
Anyone in the audience? I have one request, and that is, yes.
One email came through from Chris Boner that will be included in the minutes.
Fantastic. I have one request, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to continue beyond 10 o'clock as we have a committee of the whole meeting to get through. Is there any objection to doing so? And I know that some of our applicants have waited extraordinarily patiently. Okay.
We seem,
Yes, sir.
we seem to have some very meaty, I expect some lengthy discussions. I don't think we're going to be doing our best work, but maybe ask again in half an hour.
Exactly. Any public comment, or excuse me, any new business for anyone? Congratulations to our Geneva High School graduates. Tonight was the big night. With that, a motion to adjourn the city council meeting is in order.
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Swanson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ladies and gentlemen, just give us 30 seconds to transition over to the committee of the whole meeting, and we'll be back by 10:30. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's committee of the whole meeting is called to order. Let the record show that all the council committee members are present and accounted for. Item 2 is to approve special committee of the whole minutes from May 10th, 2021, and regular committee of the whole minutes from May 17, 2021.
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Bruno.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Marks. All in favor with a voice vote indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That has been approved unanimously. Items of business, folks. Item 3A, consider draft resolution authorizing a tax increment financing redevelopment agreement between the City of Geneva and Geneva Pharmacy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Alderman Bruno makes the motion. Alderman Mayor makes the second. Kathleen, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Kathleen Timoshenko, Economic Development Director. So we've talked a lot about this property tonight, and some of this may be redundant to that, but we talked a lot about the business, but when we look at public-private partnerships, we really need to look at the property, and the property that we have in Geneva is limited, and the property that we have on the east side and within our TIF districts is a built environment that we need to work with in order to make these properties functional for the future and make sure that they're readied for the type of businesses that are envisioned in the plans. So with that, we'll try to talk about the East Side redevelopment site and its relationship to the proposed Geneva Pharmacy. So the East State Street project, TIF project, it began in 2000 and it's set to expire soon. 2023 is the end of the line for TIF 2. And the project area includes properties on both sides of East State Street in a small vicinity that's shown on the map. So it's not a very large district. So there's redevelopment goals in the plan. So when you adopt a TIF plan, you're doing it for a purpose. You're finding reasons why investment is lacking. You have goals for what you want to do to try to overcome those hurdles, and you create a TIF plan to capture revenue, to reinvest into the properties so that you could complement private investment with public investment. So some of the goals of the East State Street TIF are to improve the quality of life by eliminating conditions of deterioration and obsolescence, which is what the factors were that let you create the TIF in the first place. You're trying to create the healthy environment, enhance property values, increase your sales tax, increase your property tax, strengthen the commercial center with retail, residential, and office uses, create employment opportunities, and those are commensurate with the site. You know, we're not looking to create major employment centers, but we're looking to create some good jobs and good opportunities in this area. We want to increase the visual image through streetscaping and improving buildings, and then maintain the small town tradition and character that has already been discussed here this evening. That's important to all stakeholders, citizens, and the community as a whole. So there's objectives of how you're going to do that, eliminating and reducing those blight conditions, and the qualifying conditions are what was found to be present in the district at high enough levels to be able to qualify it. So it is those age and obsolescence and deterioration and illegal use, which is the things that you are trying to overcome for the project area. So you're looking to ensure new building and rehab of buildings is compatible with the overall character, preserve historic essence, adaptive reuses, strengthen the economy, and then assemble land into parcels of sufficient shape and size for redevelopment. And that's really important because we have a lot of smaller lots and we have challenges of moving around, coming out onto State Street. So trying to create those connections between lots or do land assembly is a big something that we really work to try to overcome. Public improvements, we have a lot of lead lines. That's one of the things that this property has to overcome. Also, just utilities. This property doesn't have the proper storm water management. And then to provide the incentives to encourage those kind of improvements. So those are really the objectives of the plan. So then we talked about this earlier. We also have overlaying this district, the East State Street Design and Development Guidelines. These came into place at the same time that the TIF was created. You created a vision for what you wanted to see here through these guidelines, and then you created the TIF tool to help you push forward those plans and make things happen here. So to focus on design and development guidelines, there's several different things that are discussed in these guidelines, including building scale, design, materials, site, lighting and building lighting, signage, parking areas, landscape enhancements, pedestrian amenities, and then, as David mentioned earlier, the land uses, which particularly noted a pharmacy. So when looking at TIF 2 and its successes, it came out strong. In the early 2000s, there were several different projects that happened that really started to change the district in the direction of what the plan had envisioned. And then there was a slowdown for quite a while. And during that time, the East State Street right-of-way, streetscape and engineering was really focused on, because that's another way that we're hoping to bring the vision alive for the East State Street corridor by working on those streetscape and roadway improvements that are going to help movement. And then we recently just approved the Country Village Meets at 715 East State. And there's a few more projects that we hope to be able to bring forward in this area prior to the TIF expiring that will really hopefully set the pace for the future. So looking at the East State Street roadway improvements, we're all pretty familiar with this project, but about 40% of the linear roadway is within TIF 2, and there's a grants in place to try to get this project going. There's right-of-way acquisition pending, both property dedications, but also construction easements, and then permanent easements, and construction is expected in 2023 to begin, hopefully. So the Geneva Pharmacy is proposed for the property at 501 East State, and Mr. Bush can talk further about any of his other properties that he has listed there, Lombard, Main Street, and Matano, and then Wilmington. But the overriding concept is an independent pharmacy with a pharmacist in charge. That would be the local pharmacist that has a familiar face, and Melissa Lee is that familiar face proposed for Geneva. So I think Mr. Bush covered this pretty well already, so I won't reiterate it, but it just talks about how he's trying to pick up from what Riley Drugs used to provide for the city, and how there's a need for this in the community. The independent pharmacy is a different type of business than the other pharmacies that may be associated with national brands, and so there are positives for the community and a market to be captured for independent pharmacies. As Mr. Bush had stated, he had started a pretty aggressive property search that included Geneva, St. Charles, and Batavia, and he was working with a broker to look at everything on the market. And when our department started to work with Mr. Bush, we started to focus on properties that weren't on the market, what we knew about our community, who we might think would be somebody that could be approached, how we could work to try to facilitate this development and this investment. And the properties that are listed in the box are just some of the properties that we vetted together to try to see whether there was an opportunity at these sites. They're not all listed here because there were some that we put away quickly. They didn't fit the criteria, but the owner's criteria, his location criteria was stated there. That's really what he was looking to try to establish in the city of Geneva. So we did try to locate the pharmacy where the pharmacy would be permitted. We tried hard to actually sell the city lot at the half acre that we had. We tried to couple that with a property that is owned by the same property owner who sold 501 to try to create a larger site. The subject property at 501 is under an ownership holding from 501 all the way to 701, and there was hesitation to really sell any of these parcels. The property owner was willing to sell this parcel to this end user. It was a relationship that was built, and it was an understanding of compatibility between uses. There is a cross easement that has been worked through, that there'll be shared parking and shared access. So it really is a partnership between the former owner, who is a vested property owner and has a very thriving business, and this new business owner who's proposing to locate here. And then, of course, looking to the TIF as the public portion of the project. So 501, Mr. Bush already touched on this. He's done a lot of research to really understand the history of 501 and try to bring it back to its former self, so that it could not only work for the future but be celebrated as something that we used to have in the past. Like I said earlier, it wasn't actively listed, but it became an opportunity. The property is not in the best condition. There's a significant investment that is needed to bring forward the adaptive reuse, and always a challenge with a historic structure, and always a challenge to make something modern, and integrating it in with the adjacent parcels, and then putting on top of that things that the East State Street design standards are pushing forward. When we have a project that is proposed, we work it through our staff review, and we talk about everything that we would like to suggest for the property. And as part of that, we try to push for not only the public improvements that are needed, like sidewalk enhancements, but also we try to push the investor to do more private improvements to further enhance. So the property has a base EAV as shown there. When the TIF is established, you document what the base EAV is at the time. And then as the EAV grows, you're capturing incremental dollars in the special allocation fund to be able to be used back as in the district as a whole. So this property has not really performed very well over the time. So there was a steady incline until about 2011, and then it was very slow to recover. It has not come back to its 2011 value. This is what we call disinvestment, and this is what we're trying to reverse. So we have a proposed pharmacy site. It's a little blurry, I don't know why. So there's, the plans to demolish the building, add the driveway, new parking, and the drive-through as proposed. New ADA compliant ramps and sidewalks. A new sidewalk along Woodlawn, which doesn't exist here. Upgrading the water service lead line to a better situation there. Cross easements, as we discussed, and then the fence extension. So the elevations proposed, there you have the existing and the proposed with, the addition, and then the facade has been enhanced to comply with the East State Street design standards. That's an interior drawing for the smaller space. So you have the property was acquired by purchase, and because the property owner didn't have the property on the market, it was an income property. There was a market rate price for the property. And then there is the development budget. It's over $500,000 in investment, and the retrofit budget is just under the cost of acquisition. So you have to put into it pretty much what it's worth. And that's a heavy lift. That's a heavy lift. And especially when you look at the types of businesses that we hear all the time that people desire, that's a really heavy lift for an independent specialty type of store. And it's not every type of independent specialty retailer that can afford to do these kind of improvements. Even with public assistance, you still have a heavy lift. For this particular property, there's an expectation of a pretty significant sales tax revenues. These sales tax revenues would go into the regular sales tax fund. There's no special allocation fund for TIF on sales tax. Riley Drugs was a significant tax generator for years. That is money that's on the table right now for another independent pharmacist to come in and assume. By 3-year mark, the estimates are $4,000 to $5,000 a month. Geneva Pharmacy has already worked to secure new accounts and trying to grow what Riley had prior. So there's room to grow with some of those institutional accounts that Mr. Bush already talked about. So there is a request for gap financing through the TIF, and there is not a request for acquisition funds, but as you saw from the budget, because the acquisition is about the same amount as the retrofitting budget, that is a reason why the project needs some help. The adaptive reuse costs are excessive when you look at what you could get for comparable property where you could find, if you had a turnkey somewhere, it does cost more money to do these kinds of retrofits. The TIF plan does talk about dedicating public resources to leverage private investment, and the owner has available funding to acquire and develop the project, but is seeking TIF funds for the extra costs associated with developing at this exact location and in compliance with the East State Street design guidelines. The business, like I said earlier, will generate substantial sales tax, and it has many benefits to the community and the marketplace, and it will help to lift all boats by improving EAV values. So we originally looked at a request for almost $200,000 in assistance, and through working together and Mr. Bush getting bids and working to reduce the gap, we are at this point recommending a TIF grant in the amount of $93,520. And what we've highlighted there is to cover those expenses that are really brought on by those extras that are necessary for this exact site. So the demolition will help meet the plan because it will allow for the parking area to be enlarged. It will allow for the cross easements and making those sites more compatible and having those interior movements throughout. Site and utility upgrades, including the lead line upgrade, electric, and stormwater. So the stormwater is for the site itself and also for the East State Street improvements to make sure that you're addressing that stormwater on site. Foundation repairs that are necessary to stabilize, sidewalk extension along Woodland, and then the facade and landscaping to meet the East State Street standards. So there you have the private-public partnership shares that are proposed. So as we stated a lot of this earlier, it is hard to marry up willing sellers, willing buyers with uses that are desired end uses per our planning documents and per what we understand about the community's desire for the independent specialty type users. Again, those are heavy lifts in these areas that require a lot of investment. The TIF is going to expire. We have the road work pending, and there's really not a lot of time left to try to attract users and bring about change. Our strategic plan talks about bringing forward economic vitality, retaining lost business that we used to have a market share at Riley's, which we no longer have, is economic vitality. This plan meets several city plans, as we discussed. You know, the comp plan, the strategic plan, the East State Street plan, and the TIF plan itself, the redevelopment plan itself. Our proposed project includes securing the East State Street roadway needs at this time. We have in the redevelopment agreement a commitment that there will be a smooth transition of those easements to the city. What we wrote is that it would be at the least amount of money that the state allows. So if the state says that somebody can dedicate land to us, the land will be dedicated. If the state says we have to pay X amount per square foot, then that would be the lowest amount possible. And then this project would bring an essential service, a retailer, and a new taxpayer. So the next steps would be to approve the redevelopment agreement, which has only a reimbursement structure. So once the eligible costs were completed, there would be a one-time reimbursement for the amount $93,520. If there's proof that that amount wasn't spent, it would be a lesser amount. If it went over, we would not exceed that amount. And then again, like I just said, the redevelopment agreement would secure the dedication of the easements. So that is all I've prepared today. If there's any questions for me or for Mr. Bush, we would be happy to.
Questions for Economic Development Director Timoshenko or Mr. Bush from the dais? Alderman Swanson, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out an early typo in a couple of your slides. The title is Shaggy to Chic, not Shabby. So it makes the case it was shabby to begin with, so we should, but anyway. My question is, for the funding for the expenses and the amount to be reimbursed, the private, the 18% versus the 82%, is there any cost in there for construction of the drive-through in that analysis, in either piece?
In the
and I'm assuming the drive-through is fair game here because it was mentioned several times in your presentation.
In the overall budget, I believe that it is included in the costs for the overall budget, but it is not included in the items that we've pulled out of the budget that we are saying would be redevelopment costs that would be eligible for funding through the TIF.
So none of the 93,000 goes into the pavement for that, the driveway, the drive-through, the window or whatever would be there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Anyone else on the dais? Alderman Kilburg, sir.
I see you had 60,000 allocated for signage. Was that the electronic sign we discussed tonight? It seems like a lot of money for signage.
Part of the issue is that with the East State Street dedication, the sign would be in the right-of-way. So the sign has to be relocated. Either the existing sign would have to be relocated or the new sign would have to be constructed. So the costs do include the desired sign that Mr. Bush spoke about. If the desired sign is not approved, which we already know it's not, then he would most likely not spend as much and not be eligible for as much reimbursement, because the city only reimburses on actual expenses. So without the electronic component, perhaps the sign is a less amount, and then there would be a lesser public share.
It just seemed to be excessive. I mean, I think the tendency is with these is you never underestimate costs, you always overestimate costs. So you can inflate $500,000 pretty easily. And that was one that looked pretty transparent to me, because the city put up signs, our largest signs were like $30,000.
It's not just signage, it's facade and signage. So it's the building, also the building facade, and signage. So it's a combined line item, it's not solely signage.
Yeah.
If I may respond?
Well, I mean, where's that slide at?
Right
Facade
there.
and signage, okay.
Yes. Right
So
It's-
what would fall into facade then? What would fall under facade?
The proposed elevation improvements.
Mr. Bush, do you want to comment?
He's almost out of his seat, yeah, I would think so.
So we're proposing, in order to meet the State Street design guidelines, we're proposing to put a 36-inch wrap around the entire building of natural stone at the base of the structure. I know it's difficult to see with the projector, but you can see underneath the windows and carried along behind the shrubs and around the entire building is a wrap of natural stone. So more than 2/3 of that cost in that estimate is that natural stone facade that is being added to the wood veneer siding on the building, again, to return it to that 1890s farmhouse look.
The floor is still Alderman Kilburg's.
Yeah. Number of employees that you anticipate when you're fully operational?
I'm sorry.
I see you've got one pharmacist. Or are you a pharmacist, by the way?
I am not. I'm the business owner. The initial number of employees at open would anticipated to be 4. You would have one full-time pharmacist, you would have one part-time pharmacist, you have one full-time technician, you have one part-time technician, and then we also have a part-time driver that would also be in there. That part-time driver, in addition to the other part-time people, is how we get to the 4 FTE, full-time equivalents, that we would have at open. Of those 5 individuals, we are already employing 4 of them right now and have been since January, so that they could retain jobs and continue to be productive while we were working on this project. And some of which are Geneva residents.
You talked about, or Kathleen referenced the dedication of land as it relates to the widening of 38. Could you explain that again, exactly what was said there?
Yes.
Are you gifting that to the city then? Or?
So the project is required to provide an easement. So this property is not in line for a dedication of property, but it is a dedication of an easement to move the right-of-way. The city is in the process of working with IDOT on understanding how that land acquisition will take place, how those dedications will take place. So because there are unknowns there, it might be possible that the city could negotiate dedications of those at no cost, but it may not be possible. It may be, the state may require that there is an exchange of certain dollars for that. So the way that we wrote the redevelopment agreement is that the recipient of the TIF dollars would be willing to provide that to the city at the least amount that is allowed. So if the state comes in and says, go ahead, city, try to get these dedications, we've got this one. If the state says you have to work with this appraiser and pay X amount, and that's the lowest you can do, we also then would have that. So it's fluid in the agreement because there's unknowns. But what it does do is it expedites it. We have an exhibit in the agreement that would show where it's at, what our understanding of it would be, and we've already talked it out and have agreement. So the thought is that it's likely that the TIF fund would need to be paying those dollars if there were costs. So this is coming out of there. We're already giving the project an inducement, so we wouldn't have to pay later.
You indicated that the business would generate for the city of Geneva $4,000 to $5,000 within 3 years. Could you explain the taxing structure on medications, prescription drugs, and what type of sales? And again, it seems as though a large percentage of the revenue that the business will generate will be from pharmaceutical products or prescription drugs, right? And I'm wondering how, and again, looking at Riley's, if they were generating $4,000 to $5,000 a month in sales tax, the nature of their business was different because they had gift cards and they had candy bars and they had a lot of other things in there besides just addressing customers' needs as it relates to prescriptions. Could you explain the sales tax piece as it relates to a business like yours?
So I can explain the projections that I provided, absolutely. In terms of the split of the sales tax among the taxing authorities, I apologize, that might be outside of my expertise, and I'd have to defer to either the city attorney or to a finance director, to answer that question for you. But I can say, with respect to the taxing that's done for prescriptions versus over-the-counter products, over-the-counter products are generally taxed in the 7 to 8% range. Prescription products in the state of Illinois are taxed in the 1% range. So let's not fool ourselves. No matter what a pharmacy has in the front of its store, whether that be CVS, Walgreens, Riley Drugs, or any of my stores, the vast majority of income being generated, the vast majority of sales being generated out of that pharmacy are coming from what happens behind the counter. All these public companies, Walgreens, CVS, it's a quick search of their 10Qs and 10Ks to be able to identify the vast majority of their sales are coming from the pharmaceutical end. So the size of our retail area shouldn't necessarily lead one to understand what our potential tax revenues are. There are 100,000 people between Batavia, St. Charles, Geneva, and West Chicago that are not serviced today by an independent retail pharmacy. That by far is the largest number of people of any of the communities that I currently operate pharmacies in. The sales tax revenue that we've projected that this particular business will generate, I think is a very conservative estimate based upon that 100,000 patient population in these communities that we will be actively marketing to and actively trying to serve. So with respect to these projections, they're not necessarily, this is the revenue that I'm expecting to generate for Geneva. Again, I can't speak to the nuances of how that sales tax revenue is split between the taxing authorities and what share you get back from the state, what share you share, with your local, et cetera. This is the total amount of sales tax revenue that my existing businesses are generating today, as well as what I feel is a very conservative estimate of what 100,000 people can generate in the communities that we'll be drawing from for this pharmacy. I hope that answers your question.
Well, Riley's have been closed for some time, and I'm just thinking that those customers gravitate to other businesses. And the thing is, your other locations are in, Wilmington would be more of a rural area.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just wondering, you know, if you have two CVS's, a Walgreens, you have a Myers, you got a Jewel within a couple of miles of that location. I'm just saying, people have a tendency to gravitate quickly to another source of.
Correct. I would put
prescription that
I would
needs to
put a
be
pharmacy in Walgreens parking lot or in CVS's parking lot if they would so let me. Their service to their customers creates the opportunity for us to exist. As an example, CVS is not contracted to participate with Prime Therapeutics, which manages the prescriptions for Blue Cross Blue Shield. It doesn't take a healthcare professional to know that there are many people in Illinois who are serviced by Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance. You can tell that from the radio ads that you probably hear or the television ads that you see on TV. Approximately 35 to 40%, depending on the community you're looking at, of patients in Illinois have Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance, and CVS is not an in-network provider for those patients. So immediately upon that transaction, all of those patients who have been historically serviced by Riley Drugs have been scrambling to find alternatives. We are already servicing approximately 15% of Riley's business out of Lombard, offering free delivery to your neighbors and to your constituents today because they were unable to find alternatives locally here within the Geneva community. So the competition that exists in Lombard, for example, where we've been for 50 years, there's a Mariano's, there's a CVS, there's a numerous Walgreens stores. In fact, a Walgreens store picked up and moved its location 2 miles away from that pharmacy because they couldn't get the business away from it. And they literally moved their store to try to create a more advantageous offering. And I won't say it, but they also created a drive-through with that move. I just felt that it was about time to throw that in there. But again, the competition doesn't scare us. We feel that there are enough patients out there for all of us to be able to service their needs. And in particular, we feel that there's a niche need for an independent pharmacy option for those patients who aren't able to be serviced in network with the current providers in the community.
As it relates to the TIF, you said, Kathleen, you said that TIFs will expire, that we have funds that will be returned to the taxing bodies if in fact they're not targeted for projects such as this one. Is that correct?
The East State Street construction, our share will probably be even higher than the surplus amount that's in the TIF fund right now. So theoretically, yes, if you don't spend all of the money, you do disperse it to the taxing districts. You have to give it to all the taxing districts equally. So you have to give it back to the county, the township, the community college. You have to give it back equally. But I think it's, if things go as planned with East State Street and property acquisition goes quickly, you probably will use all the funds that you have in
These are all approved.
even without these projects. You probably will use
What do
it
we have
in
in
the East.
TIF right now?
I know that, I can tell you that, but I can't remember, I have to look. We presently have 1,405,474. This is as of the end of the calendar year when we do our audit. That's the amount that we have. That does not include the money that we committed to Country Village Meats, which is, about 500,000. And then it doesn't include that. And it also doesn't include, you'll get increment for 21, you'll get increment for 22, you'll get increment for 23. So that's not a finite amount. You're still collecting
And the
money.
TIF expires in 23?
2023, yeah.
Okay.
Now, if you have redevelopment agreements in place at the time of the expiration, you would honor those. So you would continue to honor those. You just cannot have any new projects that you're committing to after 2023. Correct.
And when in '23 is that?
Would be, I think it's right after the taxes are collected. I think you can get the 2023.
So is that fall or spring, or June or September?
We collect taxes for the year prior.
Right.
So I'd have 2024 is when we collect 2023, and it's twice a year, June and September.
Okay. And then the completion date, you said summer of 2021. And if you were here earlier, I mentioned that a lot of the things that we're told at this point as far as completion dates have not seemed to materialize quite as quickly as we were told. Now, you said summer of 2021. Is that realistic? Or when you say summer, could that drift into fall? Or what's your drop dead date as far as opening?
I want to serve the community of Geneva as quickly as possible. I would open tomorrow if my building were in sufficient shape to do so and the State Board of Pharmacy would permit me the licenses to do so. I am on track right now with our building permit process and our construction milestones to open sometime the second or third week of July with a pharmacy without a drive-through in that particular scope. And we staged that in such a way that we could open for business to serve the patients of the community while we were still pursuing a special use application for the drive-through option that we'd like to offer. But I'm still on track right now to open the second week of July. I have already submitted applications preemptively to the state, knowing that I can always withdraw that application if I were not approved for the use in the area. But in deference to the need that the patients are experiencing right now, I preemptively submitted applications to the state and have already received feedback back from Springfield. They were awaiting my estimate of when they can come in and start to schedule the state inspection, and then the DEA will follow shortly thereafter, but they have to first get the state inspection done first. But you will not, by my commitment here, be chasing me down for trying to open this store. Hopefully I will be inviting all of you to a grand opening, but we're on track for the second or third week of July.
And the last question, you purchased the property, you've developed plans, you feel as though this is going to be a very successful business. Why do you need our help?
I'm requesting help so that I can retain this building's character and this structure to integrate it into the community in such a way that achieves the city's stated objectives in the East State Street design guidelines and in the community's perspective of the people that I've spoken to. It would be much better for me, as I've said during the sign presentation earlier this evening, if I were to have knocked the whole thing down, start over again with a building that's got a whole lot of glass on it, a nice look that people feel fresh and contemporary. But I don't think that's Geneva, and I don't think that that's this property in this part of Geneva. If I was out on Randall Road, maybe if I'm out somewhere on Kirk, maybe I would be better served by that type of property. But in this part of the community and in this particular district, I feel like the community is best served by retaining this building. Unfortunately, since 1858, there are some things that need to be improved in order to do that. I'm asking for the city's help to do that in order to retain that historical character and be able to reuse and rehabilitate this building so that we can continue to talk to our kids and grandkids, as we talked about earlier, about properties that date back to that time frame, you know, for the next generation. If we knock them all down and we build new buildings, we can't do that. So I'm asking for help to try to help me retain this building, help me retain that character so that we can continue to be part of this.
Very good. I appreciate your responses and the fact that it seems as though you're being very truthful with us, which we appreciate. And you understand your product, and it seems like you've done a lot of homework as it relates to the site and the community and the potential for the business. So, so with that, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Excited to be part of your community.
Alderman Bruno, I believe you are next, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bush, you could stay at the lectern there. The stone on the facade, are you married to that?
I'm not.
The, having some experience in that, if you're looking, you might save a lot of money. Actually, you might save the city money. There are better ways to maintain the character. If you're looking for historical accuracy, stone wouldn't be it. I'm sure we've got internal resources that could guide you into something, but just keep that in mind. And then for the, as we discuss this for the group here, we do need to separate the drive-through from the TIF tonight. That will run its own gauntlet. And for the sake of the hour, I'll leave it there.
If I can, in respect to the stone, it also continues a look that we've been successful with in the communities that we've operated as well. You know, again, you can see the middle picture best represents the vision that I had for the farmhouse, although that particular building, again, is larger and more of a rectangle. The gray with the natural stone place at the bottom, the white trim around the windows and gutters, the blue awnings or highlights to the sign are the look that I was going for in the proposed visual aesthetics for the project that I'm proposing. Sure.
Alderwoman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bush, thanks for being here tonight, your patience, and again, you obviously are very thoughtful about this project, and we appreciate that. My question is actually for Kathleen. Do we have any kind of, I hate the term, clawback provision? I mean, I believe he's genuine that he wants to get it opened as soon as possible, but things happen. You know, July will mark our 3rd-year anniversary of economic incentives for Dunkin' Donuts. Do we, you know, what if something happened and he decides, you know, I'm going to move to Maui and you know, I'm just going to put this improved building on the market? Do we have any recourse to get back the money that we're going to be granting him to you know, improve the structure?
We don't have a traditional, what you would think of as a clawback, because those are usually used when you give money in advance, and then if it doesn't come to fruition, then you claw back your money. In this situation, we would not give any money until the improvements were completed. And because we're focusing on the built environment and the structure, we would have that improvement whether or not the Geneva Pharmacy sustained there. But what we would have a property that was significantly improved and an opportunity for another end user to come in. So we didn't build that in because the things that we are proposing to fund will better the property for this user or a different user. We're not looking to fund the business in particular. The business is a bonus to the site itself, but it's the site improvements and the building adaptive reuse that we're recommending to fund.
But Mr. Bush would be the one owning the building and selling it if he decided to get out of the pharmacy business. So it's not as if the city is a community. Yes, we have this improved building and certainly a big step up from what was there, but still it would be his to sell. Hopefully we'd get a user that we wanted, but okay. So we're still taking a bit of a chance, it feels like, but. Okay, thank you. Thanks, that takes care of me.
Before I recognize Alderman Swanson for a second time, anyone else wish to speak? Alderman Mayor, then Swanson. Maladra, you're in? No? Alderman Mayor, floor is yours.
I'd echo Alderman Bruno's caution about the stone. I'd stick to what was part of the character of the actual building. And I saw in the sign drawing that we were given that there was a proposal for foam brick or foam stone, like artificial stone. It should be cast if you're going to use stone on a building, not Disney World stuff. So that's all I wanted to add.
It would be natural stone. That was the sign.
Mr. Bush, to the microphone, sir.
It would be natural stone. That was the sign company trying to control their budget at my request. But I would not have anything other than natural stone up there, because the reason why I came to the natural stone for this property was it's got a stacked stone foundation, like where they used to literally take the field stones around and build their foundation with it. That's what gave me the idea of just bringing that stacked stone foundation up along the side of the building to provide that look. So that was the design sort of thesis that I was going for with that. But it would be a natural stone look to match that stacked stone foundation that I found so interesting when I purchased the property.
So let the record show that Mr. Bush has just dissed Disney. Alderman Swanson, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Kathleen. During the discussion of the right-of-way payments, you lost me a little bit.
Sorry.
It's not, IDOT's going to require a purchase of land for right-of-way that we're going to expend and give to the building or the property owners. So we are asking for a dedication, if you will, or a donation of this land from the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes. So we don't know yet the parameters IDOT will place on the exchange of the easement land.
Okay.
If IDOT says, City of Geneva, go out and try to get these dedications at no cost, we have that.
Mm-hmm.
If IDOT says, City of Geneva, we won't allow you to do a no-cost exchange, you need to pay X dollars, we have that. We have the ability to do that. What that saves us in that latter scenario is that time that would be lost negotiating what an owner thinks the property's worth versus what the project is proposing to pay. So we're moving the ball either way, hopefully in the favor of the district at no cost, hopefully. But
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
If IDOT was to say, no, you have to pay them, would IDOT care if we had an agreement that said Mr. Bush has to give us that money back if he gets it?
we don't know yet.
Okay, and so that is a possibility. That's the piece that just doesn't even make sense.
Well, I think because you have various, and I'll let Ron chime in, but you have various things that you've enumerated that are TIF reimbursable. So within the agreement, that's understood that whatever that dollar is and however IDOT specifies it has to be paid, that's covered one way or another, whether Mr. Bush pays it and something else on that reimbursable list gets reimbursed that maybe wasn't reimbursed. It gives us that flexibility. And ultimately, it reduces the overall cost of that project.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
It sounds like we can
Yeah.
structure this agreement that whatever that amount is, we reduce the TIF funding that is provided Mr. Bush. Is that accurate? Is-
I don't, only one way, I think, not the other way. If IDOT says that we can get the dedication, then we don't have to expend the money.
Understood.
If IDOT doesn't allow that and they require us to pay, there's not much we're going to be able to do in a negotiated system.
But we do have the ability to go to Mr. Bush and say, we're giving you money for something that you offered us for free. Can we reduce a different item that we're reimbursing you for?
The timing won't be right, though, because this could be this is, the right-of-way is in the future. So it's not like it's happening within the realm of this. We will have
Okay.
already,
I understand the timing piece.
unfortunately, if the timing were more precise, we could do that trading prior to, but I don't think it's gonna work out that way, especially since we've seen the IDOT timeline.
I guess it's a sweetener for Mr. Bush. I'm looking for, as Alderman Burkhart mentioned, a clawback. We're basically saying you might get this gift from IDOT 3 years hence. We would like to have that back.
I would have to ask Attorney Sandak if you think we could.
I've seen hold harmless arrangements incorporated such that that would be compensated for, Alderman Swanson. So I don't know that a clawback is the exact right term, but I
Understood.
think the concept you're expressing can be drafted and captured in the agreement.
I would like to see that done. It seems like a win for everyone, and Mr. Bush would be amenable to it, I'm assuming, so. And then it addresses the issue at hand, no matter what happens. We're not saying timing precludes us from capitalizing on that offer of a donation of the right-of-way. Is that clear?
I think so.
Oh.
Floor's
As
still
long
yours,
as he
sir.
has it.
As long as the.
As long as he has it clear.
Okay, then that's the point I wanted to make and that request. So, thank you.
Well, well, let me ask the city attorney, do you want a formal motion to amend the agreement, or do you want that as a friendly reminder to bring back the agreement?
Right, the agreement's gonna come back.
Yeah, this is a committee of the whole meeting,
Right,
so.
yeah.
The revised agreement will reflect the intent of Alderman Swanson's recommendation. Thank you. And just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming back here on the 14th with, because we're only discussing one more item tonight, and that's our friends who can sell homes in quicker time than they can have their hearing, Hillary. So, anything else from the dais for Mr. Bush or Director Timoshenko? Alderwoman Ruby.
Thank you. Sorry to bring up the stone again. Will we see more renderings of what the building will look like, or is what you showed us tonight, is that it? Will council get another opportunity to review the look of the building?
I mean, we don't have appearance standards.
Sure.
So I don't believe that we will have that
Okay.
opportunity.
The reason I ask is, you talk about it looking like a farmhouse, which I love, but the photo that I see, I don't see farmhouse at all, and our visions are just different. So that's the only reason I bring it up.
My apologies for my Photoshop skills, but I'm happy to bring material samples on the 14th if the council so wishes to see them, if you'd like to see what I'm proposing to do.
Sure. Well, and like the stone obviously is a big cost, and three of us have verbalized not loving it. So, yeah, I just wanted to voice my opinion on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the dais? I believe we have a motion to annex Batavia on the floor. What the hell is the motion? Yes, it's the TIF agreement, ladies and gentlemen. This is item 3A. Are we ready? Mr. Clerk, please take the roll. Simple majority, ladies and gentlemen, advances this to the City Council for additional consideration.
Maladra.
Aye.
Marks.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye.
Swanson.
Aye.
Bruno.
Aye.
Burkhart.
Aye.
Ruby.
Aye.
Caven.
Aye.
Gilberg.
Gilbert guy.
Kasserag.
Aye.
With 10 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 absent, this item 3A, has been advanced to the City Council for additional review. Please note, this will be our last discussion item tonight. Our friends from Coldwell Banker, we will be, and I will ask for upon the conclusion of this discussion, a formal motion to continue the remainder of the items, C through J, as well as closed session, to Monday, the 14th of June. Or I can ask for a motion to continue beyond midnight tonight, and we'll be meeting in through July. Okay, with that, item 3B, ladies and gentlemen, consider draft resolution authorizing a tax increment financing redevelopment. I do have a question, however. Was there somebody, Mr. McCready, was there anybody on the phone? I need to be advised of that prior to.
We do have one individual with their hand raised.
Okay.
If I may
Well, see,
Are we recognizing them now or at the meeting on the 14th?
yeah, he should be recognized now. The matter was with respect to the vote just taken. This is wildly awkward. It's not a final vote, so it's still a committee of the whole meeting. So when someone's waiting on the line, just holler or what have you, because I don't want to create a situation where all you-know-what breaks loose. So with that, Mr. McCready, please introduce the gentleman on the phone. I presume it's the gentleman?
Yes, Mr. Nelson, you've now been unmuted. Have an opportunity to address City Council.
I'm back. Sorry.
We can hear you, yes.
I only have really, I'd love to talk about the stone foundation and so forth, but I'm going to skip to what I think is most important to my neighborhood. A very high percentage of narcotic abuse, the drug originates from a physician's prescription. It's filled by a pharmacist. So I'm just asking these questions. What percentage of your sales are Schedule II narcotics? Do you know that?
That's a question to the chair. Mr. Bush, you're welcome to respond to that. As a licensed pharmaceutical business in the state of Illinois, I'm certain you have some experience in that regard. You're also welcome not to respond if you so choose.
I was going to say, unfortunately, the response will be less precise than the caller's requesting. It's going to vary based upon the demographics of the patients that we service. We will be a full-service pharmacy. We will offer Schedule I through IV products, but we will not know the precise breakdown of how many of those will be narcotics, how many of those will not, until we begin operating as a business. So I apologize, we're not able to answer that question at this time.
Okay. By the way, no one can prescribe Schedule I DEA narcotics, but 2 through 5 can be prescribed. Have any of your businesses or pharmacists been cited or fined by either the DEA or the Illinois licensing authorities?
Mr. Bush, Dr. Nelson, forgive me for being a broken record, but this is not relevant to the topic at hand. The topic at hand is with respect to a financial incentive agreement, not whether or not Mr. Bush or his team have properly vetted their employees. That is simply not relevant.
Well,
And it's public
taxpayer
comment,
money
not-
is involved.
Well, I respect that, but
You're going to make an investment of taxpayer money. And I live in the neighborhood, and I'm very concerned about my neighborhood. The last independent pharmacist to close in St. Charles occurred after the pharmacist was arrested by federal authorities.
Well,
That's
sir,
not
that's,
a problem that doesn't exist in the community. I'm just asking the question because I'd like to know something about the reputation of the operation that we're going to spend public funds on.
the question's been recorded for the record, but Mr. Bush, no need to respond to that. We're not going to go down this path. I don't recall similar questions being asked of our friends at CVS. I don't recall similar questions being asked of our friends at Walgreens. I don't recall similar questions being asked of anybody, for that matter. But do you have another comment you'd like to make, Dr. Nelson?
Yes, in the presentation, there's a mention of a left turn lane onto Woodlawn. I don't see any plan in the material that I have, the most recent of which, the plan that was formed in 2018. I'll make a FOIA request to see if that's the most current one. But the left turn lane is at Harrison. There doesn't show any left turn lane onto Woodlawn. It's very important that we understand the traffic flow. The other comment I would have is that medicine is changing extremely rapidly. In a very short period of time, the way pharmaceuticals are distributed and sold could change quite drastically. And unfortunately, it's usually the little guy that bears the brunt of the increased expenses that come from those changes. So I think you just need to be aware when you think about making an investment, how great that risk might be and how that might factor into your decision. I have a couple other things, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on item, good Lord, 3B, I believe it is. Yes. Consider draft resolution authorizing a tax increment financing redevelopment agreement between the City of Geneva and Caldwell Banker Real Estate Group. Is there a motion to put this on the floor?
So moved.
Motion by Bruno, seconded by Kosarog. Director Timoshenko, the floor is yours. I know we have some guests with us this evening.
Yes, so we're here to discuss 230 East State, the Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group building. With us tonight, we have Mike Pradell, Joe Repash, Laura Boyer, and Donna McQuaid, who have been very patiently waiting for their item tonight. Thank you. We apologize for I think I told them 7:45 is a good time. That will be safe.
Is it still Monday?
Yeah, that'll be safe. I meant Tuesday, morning. So this project is within TIF 3, our younger of the two sister TIFs here. The Geneva Fox River Redevelopment Project and Plan was established in 2016, and it includes commercial and multifamily residential, a lot of public space, about 84 parcels, 49 buildings, and it does connect up to TIF 2 on East State Street. So this is a different TIF than East State Street. It qualified as a conservation area, and a lot of the planning goals and the objectives were to try to conserve some of these great properties and try to figure out how to reuse them for the next generation. The reason that the TIF was established was there was, lack of growth in EAV, deterioration, excessive vacancies, and need to upgrade utilities, lack of utility sufficient to service users. And the TIF was going to be the tool that would provide the mechanism for us to support public-private development, strengthen the Fox River area as a neighborhood, commercial and residential district, and improve connections to the downtown and the river. So the way we are going to do that is to redevelop these underutilized properties. This is an underutilized property for several years. Rehab and preserve existing businesses, create new streetscape and landscaping improvements to upgrade the image and the accessibility of the area, replace and repair public infrastructure, support goals and objectives of our overlapping plans, our comprehensive plan, our strategic plan, and our East State Street development plans, and provide opportunities for locally owned and minority-owned businesses, job training, and increased employment. And what we have with Caldwell Banker is definitely a locally owned business that has been around Geneva for quite some time. For our planning goals and strategies, this is similar to what I just said, but there's really 4 basic strategies that have been highlighted as a way to get from a plan idea to actually action in the built environment. And that's to redevelopment the vacant and underutilized sites, facilitate assembly and demolition and site prep when you can, encourage public sector activities, and implement public improvements, sorry. We've already talked about the East State Street Design and Development Guidelines that have been in place since 2000, and we've already talked about the streetscape goals for the roadway improvements that we're working on with IDOT. So this project is helping to further both of these other plans that were adopted, in this case, before the TIF. So in the case that we just looked at, some of these things were adopted after the TIF. This is before the TIF, so the TIF is really the tool to help us get here. How are we going to achieve these things that have been laid out as a value for the community? So looking at the property itself, at 230 East State, it's a two lots of record. It's a little bit over an acre. It's at the southwest corner of State and Kane. It has a pretty significant building, about 4,000 square feet, and then it has a developable corner lot, which is presently vacant. The property was owned by a family in the community for many, many years, the Rourke family, and Mr. Rourke operated his law office there for many, many years, and the second floor had some residential apartments there. So the property is significant. It's known as the Henry Bennett House, and Charles and Henry Bennett were significant historic figures, and they built some stately properties on East State Street. Henry Bennett at 230, the traditional Victorian, and then his brother across the street at Compass, which is an Italianate property. So this property has been on the market for a long time. The offices have been available for about 7 years. So it changed the offerings over time. So at one point, it went on the market, it was just the office for lease with the existing residential staying. Then it switched to the building and the lot being offered. And then there was a time when just the building was for sale and the lot was going to be retained. And then there was a time when it was all under contract again. I mean, just the building was under contract for a different office user who walked away because of the significant investment. And then the building and the lot went back on the market. There was a reduced price, and then Coldwell Banker purchased the property. So, during this time, there's been a lot of effort from the city to try to identify the highest and best use of the property. And it's such a stately building, and your imagination can just run wild of the things that you could do here. There was a huge outcry from the citizenry. A lot of people thought that it would be perfect for Graham's or a similar type of development, and we chased after a lot of those types of users. We particularly talked to Graham's about it, as did some of the residents on their own. Some of the stakeholders had gone and spoke with them about it. But we also tried to attract bed and breakfast operator and small coffee type shops, and also venues, because we thought perhaps somebody could, have some type of catering establishment where you could put a big tent on and have some type of events. So we have been on many showings of this property and tried to talk it up to many end users. But really, the serious interest came from the office sector. It always turned back to the improvements needing to really change the property from its office, residential mixed use, to an assembly property really became too significant. You had to major upgrade utilities, you had to add sprinklers, you had to, accomplish ADA access for the public. So when you really started to look at a change of use from office to assembly, it became even that much harder. It was already hard for an office to office user, let alone a higher use. So we really came to the understanding that probably the highest and best use was office, maybe office with the retaining the residential, but office at the basic level. So our new owners of the property are Prodell Family Investments, who purchased it right at the beginning of COVID in March 2020. The Coldwell Banker real estate offices have been vital in the community for many, many years. There's a picture of their location at 415 East State. I believe that they've been there since about 2001. But the company had different flags throughout the city, and they can speak to that better than I can if you have questions about that after. But at one point, they were under a different flag. They were on 3rd Street where Fiora's is. Then they were on River Street at one time. So this is a very well-vested community company that has really grown through the next generation now, with Mike running things at the company along with his team, from his dad, Ed Prodell, who was in that position prior, and he's still with the company, but I think he just makes you do most of the work now. Oh, I bet, yeah. So prior to the purchase, we met out at the site. We talked about some of the heavy lifting that they would need to do. We brought code officials to the site. We talked about how the TIF tool could be requested for gap financing. And we talked about the goals for the property, what they saw, the vision for the property, and their vision really met up a lot with the visions and the plans of the city. They talked about, restoring the building and making it a centerpiece to the east side, and bringing back its majesty, adding more employees, creating places not only for their employees to meet with new homeowners who are coming into the city and having this great reception area for people purchasing homes, but also creating these meeting areas for other members of the community to be able to use if they, such as like a group maybe planning school activities, you're looking for somewhere to meet. They're looking to try to make this open to those types of opportunities. Then the agency has all types of community marketing events that they do now that they're hoping to be able to expand. So when you look at that vision, you start to think, that's really how you can make the property come to life and help to support the vision of the neighborhood to really, create a centerpiece. And then in the future, they're hoping to maybe work to develop the vacant land with a build-to-suit, which would be compatible to their use. So all of this we were working on. We were working on a request for gap financing, and it was, right about the time of COVID. We did not, we suspended our meetings, but the world kept going, and thankfully they decided to still purchase the building. They had, pressure from, the price being reduced and somebody else maybe coming along. They also had pressure from their existing lease expiring, so we did, encourage them to start doing as much as they could do, and then we continued to talk and revise numbers. There's many, many challenges with the site. So it's a significant structure, it's a landmark, it's something that is prestigious in the community, but it's not protected by a landmark. So somebody could come and just take it down and not say that they didn't feel like doing the investment, and just knock it down and have a big developable site. It's a mixed use, but the residential is not internally divided from the commercial. So there's just free flow. There's no separate entrances, so it was definitely a family-type environment. It needed many, many ADA upgrades. So not only to get into the building for vertical access and for exterior access, but also just the bathrooms and the doorway widths needed to be amended, and that was very expensive to tackle. It had a lot of energy efficiency upgrades that were needed. It had old windows and it had no insulation. The plumbing and the electric upgrades were needed to support the bathrooms, but also to support technology. There was deteriorating conditions, siding and roof repairs were needed. There were no gutters. And then there was a desire to protect through a fire prevention system, not sprinklers, but alarms. And this is something that they worked with our fire department to enhance the original plan so that the property could be protected in the future. So far to date, there's been some work completed, so we have a few slides with just the before and after pictures, which are always fun, wake you up a little bit at this time. So I'll just kind of run through these. So the top is obviously the before, and then we have the after. I don't know why the slides aren't moving. The first floor again, bathroom, the main area, first floor, the kitchen to the coffee bar. And then upstairs, you could see one of the kitchens, how it was for the residential, and this has been changed into more of a coffee bar area and then open space for more offices and conferencing. So they're utilizing the entire building. So the initial project budget was identified at $727, but a lot more has been spent and there's more work to be done. So the unexpected expenses that impact the budget, the age of the building, the lack of upkeep was really revealed once you really start getting in there with your trades. Asbestos had to be abated. They have some foundation issues that were revealed during construction. They need more stabilization to prevent further water damage and really maintain the property. And we already talked about the fire alarm. So there was a request for assistance brought forward to reimburse for some of the some of the things that were already undertaken. We had a list of like $101,287 in items that would be eligible based on our published plans and requirements of the city. But then they have things that they haven't been able to get to yet, and they were asking the city to fund this at 100%. The landscaping, the parking lot, the lighting, and then the foundation repairs. So they're about $264,287 above the original project budget. So, in our analysis of the request, we noted that it met several of the city goals, as I stated earlier. There's check marks when you're looking at the TIF plans and the different city goals. So, the project does enhance the visual image of the area, rehabs an existing building, it develops an underutilized property, it helps to upgrade public infrastructure, it provides opportunity for a locally owned business to expand in Geneva, and it allows them to increase employment by potentially hiring more people to work for them. We also looked at what the base EAV for the property was, and the improved parcel has generated 4460 in increment. This is not a very good benchmark because the TIF is so young, but it doesn't look like it was going in a direction of being something that would be generating a lot of increment as is. I do reach out to the assessor and talk to them about what their expectations are for properties, but in this case, they really didn't know whether it would result in a higher EAV, so we just don't know that yet. The increment projections that we worked on tell us that if they do not increase significantly, the property will probably generate about $100,000 over time. TIF assistance can be supported. So we had the original, the request of 264, and what we are recommending is that the TIF fund assist with covering 50% of the eligible costs, so the grant amount of $102,770. And that would include funding the line items shown there, the ADA upgrades for the structure and the bathroom, the fire alarm, the environmental improvements, the landscaping, the parking lot, the exterior lighting, and the foundation repairs. And that would significantly help the property to sustain into the future and also really change the visuals for the exterior of the site in consideration of the East State Street design standards. So similar to what we just discussed, the draft redevelopment agreement before you talks about reimbursement for eligible costs, and the reimbursement would happen at the end of the project in one swoop. So this investment, public investment of the TIF would allow construction and work to resume and be completed in 2021. It recognizes the investment to retrofit and protects the historic structure. Money is going in to actually protect the structure from future damage. So you have fire safety being addressed, foundation repairs, and then ADA accessibility. Adds to the beauty and significance of the east side, which can be appreciated by the public every single day when they're driving by. And it secures the commitment for the construction easement, as we just discussed, in the same way, and I'm sure Attorney Sandak can change this agreement also to reflect the amendment similar to what we just talked about. So that's all I had. If you had any questions for me or for the owner.
Questions for Director Timoshenko and/or our guests, the applicants, Alderman Swanson?
Thank you very much. First off, I wanted to commend all of you. I've watched the changes over time and have been very impressed, and it's been quite a change. I'd love to see the inside as well. Before and after would have been interesting too, but nice job so far. My question is, there are a lot of numbers flying through the packet, and this is for you, Kathleen. There's 101,000 spent. There's 164,000 estimated to continue, and it looks like the other number is the proposed grant is 102,000. Is that correct?
Well, there was more. No, the proposed grant is 101.
It was on one of your last slides. Had 100. It was 50% of 205. I thought it was 102 something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I thought, is that the complete ask for the grant?
That is the complete ask.
Okay, so the 164,000 to come is going to be funded all by the property owner?
Right, actually, there is a typo on the slide. I apologize for that. So our agreement and the memorandum is the correct amount, which is the 101,287.
Okay.
So it's actually less. I
Instead of the
apologize.
10277,
Yeah.
but that is the, all-in, the complete amount that is being asked for?
For the grant, yes.
Okay, and
So, but they have spent more than the amount that you said earlier.
Understood.
Yeah.
And I get that. The problem I had was some of the items included in there, they're regular maintenance items. New roof, painting it, new furnaces, those are regular maintenance, and I don't see those as reimbursable TIF expenses. So my concern was we were proposing paying for those in addition to the 163,000 coming up, and that seemed like a whopping number. I'm more comfortable with the ask right now, and we've backed out some of those more maintenance type issues, particularly since we have an owner here in the field who theoretically should know what they're getting into when they buy this property and know what the costs will be. So I wanted to clarify what the ask was with all the numbers flying around. It appears that it's the 101. 827.
I'm sorry, that's embarrassing, but what we did was we tried to list all the eligible costs that we pulled out of the budget, and then we halved it, so, yeah, bad math there.
Okay, I'm more comfortable with that as explained, and thank you for stealing my thunder and asking Attorney Sandak to modify this agreement as well. So, thank you very much.
Anyone else on the dais? Alderman Kasserag.
So I'm new to TIFs and all that stuff here, and I guess I'm just not, usually people come beforehand and ask for money, not after the fact. And so I guess I'm just a little confused. Maybe Kathleen, if you could tell us how that works, where the applicant made a reasonable investment, obviously knew what they were getting into, as Alderman Swanson said, and then somehow they came back and said, maybe we should ask for some money, or I guess I'm just confused on that part. Because essentially, just to finish that thought, they've spent this money, they're going to turn around, submit receipts, and they're going to get $101,000 tomorrow, right? Because this money's already been spent.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I look at the date. Hey, trouble you, just introduce yourself, and then the microphone.
Mike Prodell, I'm the CEO and president of Coldwell Banker Real Estate
Thanks,
Group. So I looked at the dates, it was 2 days before we sent 2,000 people home for COVID. So that we closed on the property, 2 days later, we sent everyone home. So from that date, we had met with Kathleen prior to that to say, what does it look like for us to do this, to go ahead and make the repairs and apply for the TIF for the grant. So I sent everyone home. We were gone for 2, 3 months, 4 months before anyone even started to think about coming back to work. We put everything on hold. We started to get bids, try to figure everything out. You weren't even meeting. At that point, we were running out on a lease. Prices, the cost of, construction was going up. And anyone that says they can build a project and it's going to get done on time, I've never been able to do it. So it snowballed. It took us a year almost. It took us a year to complete the whole thing. So with COVID, with everything else going on, we couldn't hold off on construction. Kathleen said, we have to get approval on it. We said, we have to keep going. What do we do? No one's meeting. So we made a decision to move forward, keep track of everything we were doing. And again, the ask is to, approve this because again, it was, those that know me, I've tore down more buildings than we have redone buildings because of the problems that you run into when you start digging into them. We ran into the same problems here, but if there's one town we want to do it in, it was in Geneva. So we looked at a number of properties. This fit what we thought we could do with it. We dove in, sure as can be, we found issues, problems. It cost us more. I think we were 2.5 times over budget, but if you look at construction costs, lumber is up, I think, 3.5 to 4 times what it typically is. maybe 2 times what it was a year ago, maybe 2.5 times what it was a year ago. So all the construction costs have gone up. So those are the things that took place. Again, we went back to Kathleen and said, okay, here's where we're at. Here's the things that we've done, but then here's the things that we're looking to complete and do, like taking most of the traffic off of Kane Street and putting it back onto State Street so you can get on and off of State Street. So we're looking to widen the entrance, extend the parking lot, and, you know, try to protect the lot next door so we can also do something there as well. So we're trying to do everything we can now to complete it. I think to your point, you asked how much of that money haven't we spent. I mean, this 100 doesn't cover what's left and remains as far as an expense. So we've got all that remaining. Did I answer that question?
Sort of, not really, kind of. I mean, the construction costs, the wood, all that, I don't know, I guess I don't, that's not what we were talking about up here. We were talking about fire alarms, we were talking about lighting.
The cost in all construction has gone up through the roof. And finding things, getting things, you know, putting rushes on things to get them in, it's well, I didn't bring my glasses, so good luck. No, I'm not wearing yours, so. So again, the question, this is our first TIF ask we've had in all of the buildings. We own 38 buildings, a lot of strip malls, commercial buildings, and right now 2 homes, this being one of them. We've never asked for TIF money before, so we are new to this process, I mean, as well as a lot of people are. We didn't even know originally going into it that we had to get the ask accepted before we could go ahead and do it. We found that out as we started to go through the process. As we did that, it was past the point of us saying, stop, we've got to keep going at this point. We've got contractors under contract, we're off and running. And again, trying to bring back the historic look of this home and bringing it up to what we consider is, you know, acceptable for the standard that we want in all of our buildings. You know, it was something that we just moved forward.
If you don't mind me adding, these items that we got were on a list of reimbursables from.
Yeah, when we met with Kathleen, Kathleen gave us a list of items that said if we were going to do these things, this would qualify under TIF. So under the TIF, the grant. So we looked at it and said, okay, and we didn't change things that we didn't have to change. The property was in fairly bad shape. I'd love to know where you got that first picture from because we didn't buy it looking like that. So, but yeah, so.
Okay.
I'm still not answering the question, so.
Yeah, maybe.
So part of the, when we did come up for air after COVID, we looked at, okay, well, you know, where are you right now with the project? Well, this is the list of things that we still need to do that we would like funding assistance for. And we said, you know, really, because of the TIF goals and because we've talked to you so early on in the process, we believe that our recommendation should include some of the items that were already completed. So that is why we structured it like that, because we always want to try to use TIF dollars to meet the plans. So that's why we thought, you know, you should take out some of those ADA upgrades. Those are things that the TIF is in place for. So it was working with the numbers that of some of the completed things, and instead of just doing everything, funding all landscaping or lighting, we wanted to do some more substantial improvements. So they wouldn't be able to come and get a reimbursement at this point in time because we're proposing that the reimbursement does not happen until the very end. So to Alderman Kilberg's point, until they're done. So we won't, we're not doing staged payout.
My question is about timing. So I guess we haven't been meeting, I mean, for me, we've been meeting since I started in August. This is the first I'm ever hearing of it, right? Or
no, it's been in all of our strategic plan goal updates. It's been in the CA reports. So we've been working a long time on this to perfect the plan. And it, you know, it was definitely delays on our end, delays with the project, with COVID. So we had gotten to a point where because of COVID, they needed to move forward. So once they started moving forward, it was like, okay, well, let's see where you get. Let's see where your actual costs get, because now we have a case where we can actually study exactly what's happening and not speculatively. So then we delayed until they could finish something, so we understood exactly where they stood. So the delay originally was, you know, COVID, and then it became, well, where are you today? Where are you exactly? Where are these costs coming in? So that these costs are more reflective of actual costs that occurred. So it was just a timing issue. Started out related to delays, but then trying to expedite the
So
project.
the CA report has been reflecting that there was a TIP request coming up?
Yes, I've had it in a strategic plan, goals, updates,
Okay.
and yes, and different reports.
Well, it escaped me then, nonetheless, I guess, for future reference. But I don't know, I just feel like somebody has an idea, and I'll just use Mr. Bush as an example, but it could be anybody, and it starts with an idea and a TIF request, and what does the community want, and what does the community need, and how is this gonna benefit, versus after the fact, okay, we're doing it, and now, to be honest with me, as it's late hour, I'm just gonna be frank, it sort of feels like, hey, wait, maybe we can get some money back from the city.
That wasn't the
And
case.
so,
It really, it was not the case.
You know.
Just I want to introduce Donna McQuaid. I'm the managing broker and been managing broker of Coldwell Banker here in Geneva for 18 years. We still have $188,000 to spend. We are not done with the project. So I just wanted to, I think that answers your question that you had brought up initially.
A little bit. I don't want to belabor my point. I just think the timing's off. So that was my only comment. Thank you.
Anyone else from the dais? Questions for either Director Timoshenko or our applicants this evening? Alderman Kilberg, and we do have somebody on the phone wishing to speak as well.
Yeah. Maybe I missed it because I stepped out for a little bit. The sales tax piece, can you speak to that again, if I did miss it?
There's no sales tax from an office user.
Okay. What's the current status on the property then that they vacated?
I haven't seen that listing. I haven't seen the broker updated the listing. Do you know?
They didn't have an ownership
Is your
position in
property
that, did they?
Did not own that property.
Is it listed?
It is listed by our company.
Oh, okay. Send us the listing. We'll put it on our website.
How long has that been vacant now?
Since May 1st.
Since May 1st? Okay.
Alderwoman Burkhart?
Thank you, Mayor. I just really wish we weren't discussing this at 11:45 PM. I just feel like my brain's a muddle.
It's only 11:45.
Yeah. I understand exactly where Alderman Kosarag's coming from. I mean, there are a lot of projects that have been delayed or you know, thrown asunder by COVID, and costs have gone up, and we have been meeting here, well, remotely since July. Did we come back, maybe? July last year? You know, so we're almost a year. But I'm not, I think as one of my fellow aldermen said, doesn't, you know, a real estate office doesn't give me goosebumps in terms of use. But I do appreciate that this is a historic structure that could have been easily torn down without coming to us at city council at all, right? I mean, if somebody purchased it, they'd get a demolition permit and it would be gone. So I think that's pulling toward me that I'm very grateful for this group that has, you know, big, strong Geneva roots, that they saw a special building and have dove in and are really trying to, you know, keep it, to repair it for future generations. You know, I hope they're there for a long time, but if they decide to move to another building, you know, for whatever reason, we'd have a beautifully restored historic structure that would hopefully be structurally in much better shape than they found it. So those are kind of all my thoughts going through right now. So thank you.
Anyone else on the dais? Otherwise, Alderman Mayor, and then I do want Mrs. Dawkins to reference a couple issues here that she just shared with me.
Okay, I'm going to be really quick. I think we're really fortunate in this case to have the after picture already there in real life. And I've noticed it independent of anything, knowing about this, that it's a beautiful job, and it really is a great thing for the city that that house, which has been a prominent part of the east side for so long, has been restored. I think that this is a perfect use for TIF, and I think that all the explanations provided have sealed the deal for me. So I can't imagine why we wouldn't approve this use. I don't.
City Administrator Dawkins?
So I wasn't able to go through all of the CA reports, but I was able to look back to the, the second quarter and the third quarter goal updates from the strategic plan specifically calls out 230 East State Street as that Kathleen is working to finalize a TIF request for this property.
Anyone else on the dais before I recognize, I think Alderman Swanson, second time? Alderman Kilberg, sir?
You clarify, was that second and third?
Second and third quarter of fiscal year 21, so that would have been the quarter ending October 31st, 2020, and the quarter ending January 31st, 2021.
Thank you.
Alderman Swanson, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Alderman Mayor on this is a wonderful use of TIF, and we restored a historic property. I do think that this property is a little different from the one we just discussed on the other side of 38. As Alderman Kilberg mentioned, it is not a sales tax provider. So it's a little bit of a different animal as to how it's benefiting Geneva. So for this one, I would like to propose adding a clawback provision in this agreement because as Alderman Burkhart mentioned earlier, it's basically a gift to the building owner. If they were to sell it in 2 years, they get to keep that money. The value is there. We were paying for it retroactively. I agree with Alderman Kozarag that doing this retroactively is a terrible way of incentivizing things. It's basically, the pandemic changes it a little bit. So I would propose that we would get this money back if they were to vacate the premises in a period of time, be it 10 years or something like that. Then we're incentivizing them to stay. We're getting the benefit of the historic property being restored and ensuring that it's just not they're going to take the money and run. So that would be my suggestion, and if someone would second that, I would appreciate that.
Well, there's no clarity from the chair's point of view with respect to that time frame, so I'm reluctant to accept the motion in the second until there's more clarity, because you threw out, respectfully, somewhere along 10 years, or is it 5?
10 years.
10 years. 10 years it is. The seconder concurs?
And I base that on the longevity of the company being in Geneva. That tells me you want to be here, so you should be open to wanting to stay there.
Please do. Join us at the microphone.
I'm Laura Boyer. I'm the Regional Vice President with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group. Been with the company since 2010. I've worked with Donna since then as well. In regards to the total amount of the request and the ask, proportionally speaking for the investment that's been made, we feel it's a minimal request compared to the amount of still outstanding projects that need to be completed. When you talk about the clawback arrangement and you mentioned 10 years, I kind of sat back at my heels a little bit because when I think about in our real estate industry, when buyers are buying properties and they're receiving grants and funds federally, locally, whatnot, typically you have a period with maybe 3 to 5 years that would be more so respected amongst that financing and lending institutions where there would have to be a payback period if you were to receive a grant. such as that. So, but not to say that we are not invested in this community. We have no intention of going anywhere. As you know, you've heard Mike spoke, we own many buildings. This is not a company, we're family-owned. We're not looking to be acquired or leave what we do. Being here as long as we have been for 20-plus years, that's not the intention of any of us going anywhere. We're only growing. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor, ladies and gentlemen, to amend the agreement to reflect a minimum of 10-year stay. Otherwise, yes, you may. Just one moment, I'm going to clarify. So that whatever agreement is reached, that money would be granted accordingly. If that developer/owner should leave in 10 years, I presume the motion would be that we revert back whatever prorated share?
I was going to propose keeping it simple. I'm fine prorating it, 10% per year. That's fine. That seems fair.
Okay.
I'd agree with that.
Seconder concurs? Yes, sir.
I would echo what Laura just said. We've been here 18 years. We don't plan on going anywhere. What I didn't mention, we're in 4 states, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Indiana. Just about 2,000 agents, 250 employees. And as Kathleen said, the property was on the market for a very long time. They've reached out to everyone from the retail end to restaurants to coffee shops to all of the different providers that can actually occupy it that would provide sales tax with no luck. So I say that with, if this does pass, I would ask that would be prorated, that if we leave in 8 years, we're, each year it would drop down. But I don't see a reason to have that there when it was on the market for, I think, what? 7 years with no luck. So.
Thank you, sir. On the motion to amend, ladies and gentlemen, Alderwoman Burkhart?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say 10 years did seem like a long time, but if we're going to prorate it, I mean, if they leave after 5 years, it's 50,000 they'd have to pay back to the city. I think that's fair, again, with it not being a sales tax generator, and there's only so many employees I think you can probably put in that building, so I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
On the motion to amend, Alderman Mayor?
I'm new to this side of the table on TIFs, so I don't really understand why we would, so here's the East Side Development Zone. It's asking developers to come forward with proposals to develop the properties and do it in a way such that it meets the guidelines set forth, right? So here's a local company that's come forth to improve the property, and they've listed out things that do actually materially improve the property such that Geneva benefits in the long run, because now we would have a good foundation, ADA entrances, bigger entryways. These things all cost a lot of money, and the whole structure of a TIF is so that developers can come to those properties instead of going to the strip mall. So I'm not following the logic of creating a penalty if they leave. If they leave, it's going to be because somebody's bought the property that wants to pay them a ton of money. And that's not bad for Geneva either, because the EAV then goes up and we make more tax revenue, right? So I'm not following any of the logic of the concept here.
Alderman Mayor, you still have the floor. Are you finished?
That's all I wanted to say. I'd welcome people to comment back to me about that, because I really am new to this, so.
Takes 2 of us. Thank you. I'm Joe Reposh. I'm with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group. I've been with the company for 39 years. I'm vice president of the company. I started in 3rd grade, by the way, so I don't look as old as I really am.
At this time, we all look old.
In respect to Mr. Swanson, I don't think the TIF agreement calls for it to be specific to tax generation. And I know you're worried about sales tax, and I understand that, but I don't think the TIF agreement relates to that whatsoever. So in my humble opinion, I don't think that should be part of that. And I know where you're coming from. You're afraid that we're going to pack up and leave in 5 years. We've got a track record of being in this business now for 2 generations. We don't plan on going anywhere. As Mike indicated, the property was on the market for 7 years. Thousands of people looked at it. We're the only ones that bought it. So in all due respect to the city council and the mayor, we're asking you to not include that clawback agreement, as you call it. I'm not quite sure that it's fair, to be quite honest with you. We're the only group that came forward, took a chance on this building. And we're asking for $102,000. We're spending $300,000 of our own money to bring it up to code. So it's not like we're gonna run it with a ton of money. And again, with all due respect, I understand where you're coming from. You're doing your job, but in fairness to everyone, I want everyone to realize that that's the case. I mean, we got $300,000 that we're spending of our own money here. We're not going anywhere. Okay, thank you. Let's go home, guys. My God, it's getting late.
Alderman Bruno, Alderman Maladra.
Thank you, Mayor. Half of my brain appreciates both arguments. When we're making these investments, we're not investing for equity necessarily. We are investing in the built environment for future tenants and the future of the community. I don't know if it's the late hour, but I'm tending with Alderman Mayor I'm tending with Alderman Mayor. Thanks.
Alderman Maladra, sir.
I agree with Alderman Mayor as well. I've seen these clawbacks as being something that's important for us when we're providing funds in advance. And so if somebody leaves before we get the benefit of the redevelopment, we need to get our investment back. But in this case, the benefit of the redevelopment comes from everything Alderman Bruno just mentioned. It's actually, it is to your benefit, but from my perspective, it's really for whoever comes after you. We have a property that's been under providing, for want of a better term, for years, and this results in a property that I think makes it easier for the next user to come along. You know, we talk a lot on, for the east side, we want to see revitalization with these sort of small boutique businesses or these mom and pop businesses. It's hard for them to make these investments to get the properties up to where they need to be. Well, these investments are being made by these folks here, and if you stay, that's great. But if you leave, we have an opportunity for another type of user who perhaps would not have even looked at the property before. So I don't understand the need for a clawback here either.
This is on the motion as amended. Alderman Swanson, then Alderwoman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mayor. I stand by requiring the clawback, particularly because, and I apologize for bringing up the sales tax issue. Perhaps I should not have done. You're absolutely right. The TIF does not require that, or that's not a specification. However, in this case, we are looking at a situation that's very different than anything we've ever seen before. And Alderman Kozarog made a good point. We did not have any approval prior to this project being done. We're looking at it looking back, and we're reimbursing for expenses already made. Pandemic or non-pandemic, you're absolutely right. We have been meeting many times before now, so we had opportunities, and I think probably should have brought this before us way earlier. To answer everyone's question about what the clawback accomplishes is we are saying thank you for updating the building. Here's $100,000, and if they pack up and sell, and the building that they spent $610,000 is now worth $900, a lot of that was the $100,000 that we reimbursed. So that's what the clawback is meant to do. We have a company here that has been in Geneva for a long time, plans to stay in Geneva for a long time, so I don't think it's asking a lot to have a prorated clawback, which changes over time. So I stand by the requirement, and I think we should include it. And we should include it in all programs that we have for incentives. Thank you.
So when we came in, Kathleen told us to come at 7:45. I heard a lot of conversations about construction delays and people asking for extensions because they can't get things done. we went through the process, and we had a time frame that we had to complete this in, and no one knew COVID was coming. When it did, everyone freaked out for at least the first 2 to 3 months. We did nothing on the building for those first 2 or 3 months, and our clock was ticking on the lease that we had. We were coming up on a renewal, which was going to cost us $85,000 a year to stay where we were at for another year that we would have had to sign off on. So once we decided to pull the trigger and go ahead and move forward with this, my question is if COVID hadn't hit and we had got approved for this, would this clawback still be there? Because we did the same exact amount of work on the building that we would have done if we met back in March of last year as we are meeting here today. So you can look at every one of our 30, I don't even know what it is, 37, 38 buildings that we have. They're all top-notch. They're all taken care of. They're manicured. Landscaping was being done today on the property. So we're continuing to move forward. We're not holding back, and we did it because of what Geneva offers. I heard a lot of the things today and people complaining about Geneva's an awesome place to be. We don't plan on leaving. We love Geneva. We love being here. And so the bottom line is, I guess I asked the question, if we had been able to get in here last March and request this money, would there still be a clawback? That would be my question. Because again, 18 years, because of a pandemic, we moved forward and didn't hold back. So we went forward with bringing a building back to the way it looks. And from what I've heard, everyone appreciates the way it looks. And I do invite everyone to come by and stop in and take a look. And Donna will show you around. So.
Alderwoman Burkhart.
Thank you very much. My answer would be yes. I'd still be asking for a clawback. I think Alderman Swanson would be too. I mean, I'm burned by Dunkin' Donuts 3 years later. I'm burned by Bash. You know, we've approved economic incentives and we haven't seen anything happen yet on several projects. And again, I get it's COVID. We're also stewards of taxpayers here, and we're supposed to be representing our taxpayers. You know, I bought a house in 2007 at the height of the market that paid, you know, within a year, it was, I put tons of money in my house. If the city wants to give me $50,000 to reimburse all the stuff I've done in my house, well, hey, next year I'll sell it at the height of the market. It'll be a great house for somebody. It's an improved house for somebody. I'll walk away with a couple $100,000, 50,000 of it being from the city. So I'm in favor of you. I'm in favor of this incentive if we can get this prorated clawback. And I'm surprised that at 1205, we're making this big a deal over $10,000 a year. If you're going to stay in the city like you intend to stay, if you're going to stay in that building like you intend to stay, it's not an issue. We're saying if you stay, then you don't have to. If you stay 8 years, you're going to owe us $20,000. So I'm thinking of taxpayers. I'm very dubious of TIFs anyway. I've had to really work my way toward these things. I think a few other people up here are dubious too. So I guess I'm hoping we can vote in favor of this and move on. So, thank you.
Any other questions from the dais? Seeing none, we will not be taking a vote until Alderman Mayor returns, of course. So, Kathleen, is there something you'd like to add?
There is. I'm very sorry about this, but the slide was right and my memo is wrong. So the estimated amount is 102,770, and that's on page 5 of the RDA. That was what was in the slide, and the amount on the estimated cost on the memo was incorrect. I apologize for that. I wish I could blame it on the time, but I probably, 102,770. I'm sorry for that. I'd also just like to add, we have not paid out any money to either Dunkin' Donuts or Bash.
Microphone, sir?
I mean, in my neighborhood, I see realtors come in, buy properties, put an investment into it and flip it, you know? How is this different? I mean, and, you know, they're not asking for money to renovate properties that are dated or in a rundown condition. I mean, we've got a restaurant in Geneva where they spend over $1 million out of their own pocket to restore a building, and that's generating sales tax revenue for us. They didn't come and ask for any TIF money. I'm just saying there's an equity thing here, and we represent the taxpayers. and you have to appreciate that a little bit, I think. And, you know, what Alderman Swanson's proposing here is one way that we can justify it a little bit to the taxpayers, that this isn't going to be a windfall for somebody that's made an investment, put some money into it, got the city to contribute, and then at some point in time flip it. And with the real estate market the way it is and the things that we're seeing on TV where people are paying 120, 130% over asking price, what's to say that within 6 months your property may not sell for 1.2 million if somebody wants it? Would you sell it for that?
If we do, we'll split it with you. And I'm at risk, no.
I'm just saying that's the nature of the real estate business, isn't it?
It is, but we're at risk. We're at risk for that money, and we had to front that money where no one in 7 years would have done it. So that's just where we're at. I mean, again, I'm appreciative of the money. Don't get me wrong. Again, this is our first TIF that we've asked for in all of the buildings we own. I just, you know, again, we're committed to the area. We don't plan on going anywhere. I can't tell you what tomorrow brings. So the real estate market, the 120% buyers are getting on, or the sellers are getting on their homes. It's not the same as, you know, it's great for the sellers, it's great for the residential market, but again, it's an investment that we made. We went out on a limb on a property that's been sitting there for, 7 years, and who knows? Who knows? Again, it's an investment on our part, a risk, and we had to dig in and spend a ton of money to bring it back. And I apologize, Joe's wrong, we're probably near $400,000 on the property when you look at everything that we're gonna have into it. So we'll be over $1 million into this property, and we're asking for 101. So
the next time I go to this restaurant and have dinner.
Your microphone, Mr. Kilburn?
The next time I go to this restaurant and have dinner, and I'm approached about, you know, the $100,000 that we're making available to your group, how do you answer that question?
it was an incentive for us to come in and take a look at a property that no one else was interested in, and I think it turned out to be a much better looking
Yeah, and I'm
property
just
for the
saying-
city. Well, I mean, that's what it's intended to do. It's intended for me to not come in and tear down the building, which, again, I've done before many times because I don't want to dive into it and find out that the mess that I've got and the foundation that I've got and the leaking that I have and roof issues and no gutters and all of that went with this property. So that's the reason we typically tear down buildings, because it's much easier, more cost effective at the end of the day, and we have a much more valuable investment on our hands. We chose to because Geneva, and it's Geneva that we love to be in, to keep the property and bring it back to its, as close to, if not better, in my opinion, than the way it looked originally.
I guess I believe in free enterprise, and the thing is that people make an assessment on a property and they do it on their own.
And here's the deal, if it's
You know,
10,000.
I think that's the debate in our country today as it relates to that, you know. Does the government have to provide everything or even a portion of everything?
Here's the thing, the $10,000 a year is not gonna break us. And honestly, I guess it's more the principle of where we're coming from, that we're here in good faith 18 years, and we did this again through the pandemic, and it just, I'm not blaming it like everybody blames everything on the pandemic, but again, I think everybody froze for about 3 months at least without doing anything, and then we picked up and took off and went running. So, thank you.
I'd also like to your comment about turning a profit. We don't buy and sell our businesses in our offices to turn a profit. We're there to serve the agents. That serves our communities. So by what we do in owning these buildings is minimizing costs, instead of leases and whatnot, but it's not just one person affected by ownership that can turn a profit on a sale like this. We have 35 agents that their livelihoods depend on our office, and they've been with us for many years, most of them. So for us, we're invested in their livelihood, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them doing what they do as independent contractors. So when we look at, yes, real estate speaking, everybody would love to turn a profit on a real property sale. But what we do in investing in our communities is an investment in our agents that serve these communities and for every home that they market and help a seller sell or a buyer buy. So I just kind of wanted to make that comment, because we wouldn't just turn over 35 agents and say, hey, guess what? We're going to sell for 1.2 million, and you guys have to find a new place to do your business too. So I wanted to make that comment as well. we're very invested in our agents that we serve, so, that serve your community.
There's a place in the Munchie P parking lot where you could relocate to pretty quickly.
Yeah, we
It's
tried
available.
that. Having a pet adoption event with Munchie Peas is not the most conducive to a community marketing event, so we're hopeful for our new lawn to help us with that, so, thank you.
Alderman Maladra, sir.
I'd love to engage in a debate about TIF. I've been arguing with both of these people for years about it, but I don't think this is the time or the place. I think it's the time to call the question.
Question's been called, ladies and gentlemen. Does it? Exactly. Is on the amendment offered by Alderman Swanson, seconded by Alderman Kasserag. A simple majority makes the amendment part of the main motion. Mr. City Clerk, are you glad you're back?
Less and less.
Bring it back.
Okay. It's all yours, sir.
Timing is everything. Marks?
Aye.
Mayor?
Nay.
Swanson?
Aye.
Bruno?
Nay.
Burkhart?
Aye.
Ruby?
Aye.
Caben?
Aye.
Kilberg?
Aye.
Kazarog?
Aye.
Maladra?
Nay.
7 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The motion to amend the main motion has been approved. We are now back on the table with the motion as amended. Questions or comments?
Sorry, I was just going to say, let's call that question, too.
And we do have a caller on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions or comments from the dais? To the caller on the line, Mr. McCready, please take control.
Mr. Nelson, you've now been unmuted on your end.
Hanging in there.
Let's see here. There you go. Now you've been unmuted and you are able to make public comment regarding the matter at hand.
Right. Well, this was the matter that I was most interested in. I live across the street. I came planning to point out to you that the basis of TIF is the but-for principle. In other words, this wouldn't happen but for our TIF. And I was going to argue that the people have already invested so much money that they're not going to walk away from this. So the but-for argument fails, and therefore the TIF should fail. But TIFs distort everything. It may be that the property was on the market for so long because the seller, being in a TIF district, thought that he could get more money from it than the market would allow. Did anybody consider the value of my property being adjacent to a TIF? How that might negatively affect the value of my property? The timing of when the TIF is brought into the process is troubling because it creates a bond between the development department and the developer that makes them have an identity of interest, not illegal, but it not always in the best interest of the taxpayers. So what I'm trying to do here is kind of damn the applicant with faint praise, because I think it's a wonderful project. The timing has been all over the place. You haven't been very consistent. You gave $700,000 to a meat market that's going nowhere in a warehouse. It's going to add the congestion on East State Street. So, to keep this brief, I'd love to have a debate with Mr. Maladra about TIF funds. I think they're a total disaster. I'm a real TIF-ophobe, maybe you've noticed. But I think they've done a gorgeous job of saving a building that is definitely worth saving, and I think you should vote for it. Thank you.
No other callers at this time, Mayor.
No other callers at this time. Ladies and gentlemen on the dais, is everyone clear of the motion as amended, which of course now is the main motion? Everyone's clear on that? This is Committee of the Whole, ladies and gentlemen. This matter will be advanced, and I will be recommending that we have not only a Committee of the Whole meeting on the 14th, but also a special council meeting on the 14th. So, with that, Mr. Clerk, thank you for joining us again. And it's all because of you we're here till past midnight.
An impact, like that. Mayor?
Aye.
Swanson?
Aye.
Bruno?
Aye.
Burkhart?
Aye.
Ruby?
Aye.
Caben.
Aye.
Kilberg.
Aye.
Cosarog.
Aye.
Maladra.
Aye.
Marks.
Aye.
This item has been adopted and advanced to the City Council with a vote of 10 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 absent. Ladies and gentlemen, I entertain a motion to continue the meeting of the items C through J, including closed session, to Monday evening, 7 p.m. in this council chamber, Monday the 14th.
So moved.
Motion by everybody. Motion by Maladra and seconded by Bruno. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Is there a motion to adjourn, ladies and gentlemen? Alderman Kosarog makes that motion. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Microphones are off. Good night, folks. Drive carefully.